What is up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I'm Braethorn. How the heck you doing tonight? Welcome. So happy to have you here. Happy to be here. And I hope you're doing well. I don't know why I had to say that like, what a weird thing to say. I hope you're doing well, like so intensely, but that's what we're doing. Hi. I hope, yeah, seriously though, I hope everybody's having a good week so far. I mean, we're almost through it. It's almost 4th of July. It's almost that time, and I am not muted this time. I'm pretty sure. Like 90% sure. But yeah, what's up? T. Peterloff getting first in both streams. Well, I mean, if it's before I start, I don't know how that counts, but welcome in. Skeeter Gaming, welcome. Alucard, what's going on? Over in Twitchland, over in YouTubeville. Robert, what's going on? It's okay, you don't have to be first. It's all right. Alice, welcome. Michelle, happy to see you. And Alucard over on YouTube side as well. But there we go. Bring the music down a skosh. An actual unit of measurement in audio engineering, just so you know. But yeah, here we are. We're live and picking up where we left off, in a sense. And I got something working here, actually. Make sure I got the right button there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. Oh, yeah. That's working. So, Corsair finally got off their butts and did some integration with the Stream Deck stuff with their, their MMO mouse. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm pretty kitted out with ways to do things on stream. Now I just need to add more of those things. More cool effects, more things going on, just to, you know, when it comes down to it, we're talking about computers, and I think that's super fun. I want other people to feel the same way. So any way that we can sort of zazz it up around here, we're going to be doing it. I'm figuring that stuff out still. Even after so many years, I'm still figuring things out. And that's how it should be. Is this the man, the myth, the legend, Braethorn? It is the Braethorn. I'm at least that one of those things. Bergie5, we are nerds. Computers are fun. True. True. But I want to be like, I want it to be where, you know, a lot of y'all that are here now, and I appreciate that a ton. There's some of y'all who were here in the before times, before I had to take a long hiatus, like a longer hiatus than I'm having right now on YouTube. Sort of. There's still been some stuff posted to YouTube, but I had to take a long hiatus, like a 9-month hiatus from streaming. I just did not have a way to get a streaming setup going, and I had so many other things going on. And I was trying to prioritize other things, get a full studio built, do all these different things. Anyway, before that, I mean, it was just on Twitch that we were doing PC Matchmaking. It was not called PC Matchmaking yet. That was a more recent sort of naming thing that I did. That just sort of makes sense now. Just never heard it called that. And we would have triple-digit viewers in there. When people would go, like I would recommend a PC, someone would go and they would buy it. They'd come back and say, I got it. Everyone would flip out, LGNs across the screen. It was a different vibe. I like the vibe we have, but I want to bring it back to a little bit more to that hype, that feeling of someone who, because it's a hard decision to make, to decide like, how do I spend my hard-earned money? What do I do? And they would basically like come back and say, yeah, I got it. And everyone would celebrate. And it was super wholesome and super cool and a lot of fun. So I'd like to get back to that. JMO21, what's going on? Welcome. Steve, welcome. How are you doing? It's a little off. Hold on. There we go. Got it. Okay. JMO, you can ask advice. If that advice is going to be, hey, what PC should I buy? We have a form for that, and it just popped up right under that can I ask advice post in chat. I've got a form for you to fill out. Basically, I've been doing this for years, so I've streamlined the process of getting information from you that I need to give you advice. And it's for those of you who've been hanging out for a while here, you'll know that a lot of people come in and just say, hey, is this CPU and GPU good? And I have to sit there and drag information out of that person and say, what are you going to use it for? You're gaming? What resolution? AAA titles? Like, what are we talking about? So that form basically helps a lot with that. Whoa. Bears Pizza and Battlestars has just subscribed to Tier 1. Thank you for the Tier 1 sub. Let's go, nerds. 21-month streak. Good Lord. Thanks, bud. No, it's GPU related. Shoot, sure. I would say just staying consistent will help us out a bit. Maybe when the economy gets better for buying PC, it'll pick up a good bit. Well, yeah. And I have been. I've only missed streams when I really had to or when I'm traveling, you know, or if I'm like. The thing about streaming is that it is very much linked to your state of mind at that time or your state of health at that time. If I feel like I'm not in a good place physically to do like if I'm sick or something and it's gonna be a bad stream, it's best for me to just not do it because of the nature of live entertainment like that. Sailor X, 2 days from vacation, 9 years to retirement. At least that's on the horizon for you, you know? Kick back, relax. I can't stay tonight. Sorry that there's Americans I got to speak to tonight after today's events. I understand. Okay. Gotcha. Take it easy, Steve. Take care. What's up, Dan? How's it going? Belle Delphine's boyfriend. What's going on? Welcome. Currently have an MSI 3060. What is the best GPU to upgrade to from there? Okay, here we go, everybody. We're doing the thing. JMO, just fill out the form because part of the options there are to get an upgrade. Because JMO, I'm going to tell you right now that because you didn't tell me what resolution you want to game at, what you're using it for, or what your budget is, buy a 5090. There you go. All right. There you go. Have fun. You see what I'm saying? I even said the whole thing about like, I have to drag information out of you. That's a very general question. And I literally have no like limitations. So yeah, go get a 5090. There you go. Like I said, been doing this for a few years. We had a chance. Oh, sure. Okay. All right. But that's advice that wait, what did I just do? Okay. That's advice that'll help you out in a lot of ways though. Whenever you're looking for advice or help from anyone, give them the tools they need, which is really mostly information. As much information as you can. But that can get awkward in just doing chat after chat in chat, right? Just message after message in chat. So the form helps out a ton. Plus, you know, I do them in order of how people submitted them. And it's going to ask you some questions that might not apply to you. All right. Who submitted a form under Braeathron? Who did that? Will the real Braeathron please stand up? Here, let me do that for you. And also, it posted right before you did the form command. It auto posts like every 5 minutes. Let's see. My friend suggested you for a new PC. You're going to give me a new PC? Hell yeah. I'm kidding. Yeah, I'd be happy to help. How do I get, that's such a long name. BDB, there you go. Belle Delphine's boyfriend. That's how I'm going to refer to you now, okay? That's too long of a name. Just fill out the form that you've been seeing popping up in the Stream Elements links there. Fill that out. And, yeah. Okay, I'll head out. I was caught. What? You were caught what? No, we already have a triple B. We already have a triple B. That's Bears Beats and Battlestars, who just hit a 21-month streak on subscription. Like they get their legacied in, like they're grandfathered into triple B. Oh, you're not the real Braethron. There is no Braethron. There is none. Also, if it was me, I would have chosen a white build. I like that aesthetically. I'm not calling you baby. I'm not doing that. That'd just be weird. BDB sounds fine. It rolls off the tongue. It's great. Thank you, sir. And people, you can't pick your nicknames. I guess that's true. BDB. Belle. Well, you know, like, it's not Belle Delphine, right? Like, you know that, right? Like, that's... Yeah. So I don't know where the triple B even came from. But it's okay. Hey, you're welcome here, and I'll be happy to help you out with a PC. That is what we do here, and we have a lot of fun with it, too. Now, what you need to do is just fill out that form. You'll be in there, and you'll be in line to get help. And it looks a little something like this. Right here. As you see, we've helped out quite a few people with this, and this is just from 2025. Like, this goes on for a little bit. Yeah, this is what we do. So we're going to go ahead and clear out this row right here. Well, hold on. We'll look at what Alucard did. Working on it now. Awesome. Don't rush. Take your time with each of the questions. We don't have a ton of people in line or anything. Like, you don't have to rush to get in line. Because if you'll notice at the beginning of that form, I don't do this too much anymore. We used to mess around with it a little bit, but it says if you ignore any of the instructions that you agree to be roasted live on stream. It's just a little fun we like to have around here. But you know, it's when you do the same thing for a few years, you got to find your fun. That's what that is. You got to find your fun. NVIDIA H200U? What? Hi, Bray. Glad to be here. I'm glad you're here, Braxton. What's up? There was a lot going on in chat. Sorry about that. Hope you're doing well. All right, you got it, Steve. See you soon. I just realized I didn't get any caffeine. I should have some. I'm gonna get real tired. Hold on. Hope she doesn't get mad at me for asking her to bring me something. There we go. You know, on the back of my kid's PC where they etched the names of the grifters, remember that? They actually misspelled it out and put Braethron. Oh my gosh, are you serious? Really? Typical. That's just freaking typical. That's what that is. It's on screens. Like, well, I used to have my name like right here. And maybe I got to bring that back. This is not complying with me. Nope. Stop doing that. I guess that's fine. Okay. I'm doing good trying out OBS, but it's been a struggle for me. OBS can be a bit tricky, but there are so many guides on how to get that set up. There's so many guides. Oh, I forgot I was opening up Discord. My bad. Now, wait, Peter, do y'all know each other? Are you telling me that username is not trolling? Thank you very much. Sorry. Appreciate it. Oh, damn. Hold up. That looks sick, Dan. I see another streamer's chat. I gift them a sub. Oh, okay. That is always funny when you like run into someone from another streamer's chat. Okay, what was I doing? I don't even know what scene I'm in right now. Okay, I'm there. Let me see. Also, Dan, I realized that there was a DM from you I did not respond to, and I'm sorry about that. Let's go here, here, and here. Should I ask chat what they think? All right, check it out. Dan made this. Pretty sick, not gonna lie. Now that, how many inches across is that? Like, what's the size of that, would you say, Dan? That is super sick. I see like a jar and like a notebook there, so I'm guessing like, all right, 5 inches across. 5 or 6. That is super cool. That is super cool. Not gonna lie. That is really cool. I was talking to you. What are you doing? Oh, you went to go get a picture. Right. I was saying, what is this, like 5-6 inches across? I was telling everybody about it, showing it to them, and people seem to like it. People seem to like it. Just there you go. I cannot believe that they etched my name incorrectly like that. Good Lord. Also, it's not Asteria Wolfwing. It's just Asteri Wolfwing. By the way, so they got that wrong too. Dan, did you notice that? JMO, it's okay. I'm telling you, that happens all the time. All the time. It's no problem. Yeah, they put Asteria Wolfwing instead of Asteri. The knife. The knife. So you're making one bigger than that. I mean, I'm absolutely interested in that. That's really cool. Yeah, like I would put that in a PC, like in the front glass or something in a PC. That would look amazing. I'm curious what something like that would... How much would that cost? I don't know. Why does Discord think I care about gift inventory? It's just going to be like a sticker or something. Okay, let's talk about who has submitted the form, who's waiting in line. So here's the job. Here's the deal, everybody. Here's the dealio. All right. What you need to do now, if you have okay, let's start at the start. All right. So, no, that's the wrong thing. That's the wrong thing. I meant to go there. I'm sorry, using the mouse is a little different because I can't actually see what the button does. It's just unseen. Okay, no. And there. Okay, what's up? All right. So let's start at the start. If you're here to get help with finding the right pre-built or having a parts list put together for a DIY build for your first PC or something like that, if you're here for help with that, then you need to fill out a form. Just asking questions in chat is the least effective way to do that. So we don't really do that. So what you do is, if you're watching on YouTube, it's super easy. You look in the description. It's the first link in the description. You click that, fill out the form, and you get your place in line. If you're watching on Twitch, it's a little different. Stream Elements is posting in there every 5 minutes or so a paragraph that says, want help getting the right PC for your budget needs, all that stuff, okay? You click the link at the end of that paragraph and fill out the form. Otherwise, if you don't see that chat in there, which you should, but if you don't, you can put !form for another version of that. I don't want everybody doing that. T. Peterloff just did it. That's all we need. Now, once you have filled out your form, take your time doing that, okay? Even if I don't get to you during this stream, you keep your place in line until the next PC matchmaking stream, and you don't want to rush a purchase this big anyway. You take your time, all right? But I don't rush through these. I give everyone the time they need to be confident in the purchase that I'm kind of advising on, okay? It's a lot of responsibility, and I take it very seriously. However, what I was going to say was, if you have filled out the form, here is step 2. You got to let me know that you're here and you're waiting. I won't automatically know that. There are far more people than I would like who fill out the form and then jet and never come back. I'm not going to email you. This is only on the live stream that I help you, because for multiple reasons. I can talk to you back and forth very quickly, and that's cool. But also, the VOD stays on YouTube, and people can kind of see my methodology, how I figure out, based on the information I get, what the right kind of thing is. That's actually the real purpose behind this too, or that it's equal purpose to actually helping out individuals, is sort of documenting my methodologies for people to see it in real time. So you do have to be here to get help. If you got to leave, I get it. Life is a thing, and you've got one. So if you have to go, just tell me, like, hey, I got to go. I'll catch you on the next one. All right, cool. You don't lose your place in line. You stay in the spreadsheet. You're still there. Okay. Now, if you have filled out the form and you're waiting for help and you're watching on Twitch, it's super easy. Look in the emotes, because I'm sure you followed the Twitch channel, right? You're getting free help, whatever. And also we talk PCs. It's a good time. You want to follow, right? So you hit follow. You'll have some free emotes. One of them says, I'm on the list. BDB up there already got that twice. So there you go. So if you're watching on Twitch, you must drop that emote. It shows me that you did drop a follow, which is free for you. It's the only thing I really ask. Other than sticking around, if you're at the end of the stream, stick around for the raid, because that makes me happy. That's the other thing I ask. But really, it's just free stuff. I just ask you to do something. It doesn't cost you anything. There you go. Now, if you're watching on YouTube, you just have to type @Brayathorn, and yes, you have to spell it correctly. Pronounce it. Only I guess if you're doing voice to text, but I don't think it's going to get that one right. You have to spell it correctly. @Brayathorn, I'm on the list. That's what you do if you're watching on YouTube and you're waiting for help. All right? So BDB's already got it. So what I do is I'm now gonna, let me see here. I'm gonna do this and then that. And we're gonna go in here and mark off the people as they say it, or as they show the emote. Okay, and then we got JMO. JMO, I'm sorry, but you are not on the list. So, yeah. I don't know if you filled out the form yet. I don't think you've actually filled out the form yet. Okay. Rilacooms is right there. There we go. On the list. I mean, I guess. Hold on. All right. I'm on the list. I'm not. Let me just go ahead and... again, we'll look at it, but just to see. It's just gaming, 500 to 1000, 1080p. There's... Okay, it's not that interesting. You didn't do anything too crazy. You just said nah under that. Okay. So let's delete the row. There we go. Nobody else yet. Sorry, I was in an ad. What did I miss? JMO, you're not on the list. I don't see you here. Brathoon, I'm not on the list. I used TTS. Okay. Oh, you use that? That's great. I'll fill out another form. Okay. It's very simple. Once you've finished filling out the form and you've submitted it, you use that emote on Twitch, or you say I'm on the list. I'll look at your name, verify it with what you entered here, and I know it's you, and then we are good to go. That's all it is. It's super simple. This comes from me sitting here for 15 minutes every time and like having to call out for someone because we had a queue system instead. And that was very inefficient and it took forever. Dodger Dog, have I said hi to you yet? I mean, it's not going to stop me from saying it again. But glad you like it. Stuff the same PMB? Yes, I do. Same PMB, Dan. And just like last time, I'm going to tell you. Tell me what the shipping is, and I'll cover it. You're making cool stuff for me. Let me do something about that. It shouldn't cost you something to send me free stuff. What's up, FGN? How's it going? Mom got her PC. She's enjoying it. Hell yeah. And what's up? Don't meh me. No. Don't you throw that meh my way. Meh. There's really no graceful way to say that other than when that's all you're saying. Meh. You can't really put it into a sentence that well. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. I'd already almost finished this. I just needed a little top up there. Music levels are okay. Everything's looking good. I do have audio ducking on, right? Maybe we'll make that a little stronger. Check. Check. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. So basically, any other audio other than my microphone ducks out of the way whenever I speak into the mic. I now have the whole Cartman Bra episodes of South Park in my head now, thanks. All right. That did not look like water. Why did someone... No one did a hydrate. I just needed a little caffeine, a little pick-me-up. What's up, Apocalyptic? How's it going? What's up, by the way? Is that better? Lol. What's up, man? Yeah, no. No, that's fine. I said hi. I'm glad your mom's enjoying the PC. That was a fun build. Honestly, sometimes, guys, it's a lot. Sometimes it's more fun to do a strict budget build than, oh, my budget's 5K. I guess I'm getting the just whatever the top things are. Yeah, of course. But when it's a tough budget build, like, that's fun. I like that. We can, you know, you see what you can squeeze out of it, right? I just drank from this, okay? It's water. But thanks for looking out, Wet Willy Gaming. How's it going? Man was often used in the episode. Gotcha. Yeah, Dan, I just got to figure out, like, how would I attach that to something? Would I just sit it on something? Should I make a bracket or something? You know, like if I have side intake fans, is there a way to attach it to maybe something that is designed to fit into like just screw into a couple of the 120 millimeter fan holes that are right there, that kind of thing. Just that kind of stuff. That's interesting for me. Well, I appreciate it, man. She sure does. It's great PC for the price. It performs better than I expected. Yeah, I mean, that was... Let me see. And don't worry, we're going to get to those builds and upgrades and stuff. We're going to get to those very soon. This is the way these streams start out. We just started a bit ago, and we like to just chat a little bit, get into the get the vibes right, you know, and then we get right into it. So I was wanting to check though. What did we do for that PC? Let's see. Oh, the build is gone. That's right. Build is gone. Damn you, Micro Center. Damn you. I forgot about this. I wanted to do a... I like to have the form up. Just make an account. No. I have a personal one. I don't want to have another account with them. I don't want to get Micro Center marketing emails to my business email. I can just cancel those. I can just opt out, but whatever. Do you think MagSafe should be added to non-Apple laptops? Apple wouldn't allow that. That's their proprietary connector. I'm not an engineer. It's got a keyhole for hanging on the wall, or I can sit it on a shelf. Okay, that's fair. But if it could, I prefer USB Type-C. I mean, USB-C, they're unlocking more and more power delivery from that. I think it's a very powerful connector. I think it's fine. I would like to see maybe maybe a really robust type of USB Type-C that just goes around the outside where you can still plug in a standard one. But yeah, USB-C supremacy. Sorry. I can send it. I think you could. I just forgot what the basic specs were. We'll see about that. Let's see, JMO. Let's see. There you go. We got you. All right, cool. So we have our order for now. It's looking like BDB, Rillicooms, and then JMO021 until USB-D comes out. Oh, no, I don't like the sound of that, honestly. Why is this so high up? What are you doing, camera? First, you're too low. Then you're too high. What is this? Freaking your version of Karma Chameleon? Stop it. You come and go. Whatever. It wasn't the best. I was working under pressure. You can't expect the gold out of me all the time, okay? They can't all be bangers, all right? All right. I'm excited for this. Now, JMO, I'm going to do something that you might dislike. I'm going to ask you something here. If you'd be willing to do this. There's going to be there's a couple people before you. We're going to be helping them out first. In the meantime, I'm going to give you a little homework. And this helps a lot with upgrades. Go to PCPartPicker.com and do a build with the parts you already have. So that's a great way for me to assess what you've got. Because I need to know everything. If you're upgrading your GPU, I need to know what power supply you have. It helps to know the model of your motherboard. If you don't know the specs of all your stuff, you can get Hardware Info 64 for free. HW Info 64, just search that. It's a free download, and that has a summary box where you can see all of the models of all your hardware, all the specs, everything. Great for seeing that stuff. And also for checking your telemetry, seeing your temps, your frequencies, all the good things. I was about to put it in chat. You can just do that whenever, because that's what it says in the question. Be prepared to share your parts list in chat. I was just saying, since you have time, you might want to have this on file as just something that you have, like because you can basically save a build, and that's, hey, this is what my PC's got. And then you can go in there, add parts, get replacement, swap parts, do things like that. It makes sure that things are going to be compatible with your other components. It's actually very useful to have sort of in the toolbox there. Adam Williams, I hope you're enjoying that. Me talking endlessly at XX speed. Thank you for the lurk. I said after a while you want to take a look, feel free. You sent it to... Where did you send it? I don't see how you sent it, but yeah. Okay, so the first one we're doing tonight is going to be Belle Delphine's boyfriend, BDB. So we're going to start with that. Okay, I see the sarcasm. I see it. I see it. Gaming and graphic design, you say? Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Within 1 week, parts list from Rockville, Maryland. I used to live around those parts. I used to live in Silver Spring. A couple of years, not that long. Minor gaming, heavy graphic design. All right, cool, cool. TJ JVal. No, we haven't done yours. I can't do it without you here. That's why there's a lot of these that are just marked in white. Those are people who filled out the form and then never came back. So you're back, though. So just do me a favor. Because I made everybody else do it. Drop the I'm on the list emote in chat, and I will mark you in purple here, and you'll be after BDB here. That's how it works, people, by the way. If you can't stick around to wait for your turn, because I do take my time with these, make sure everybody's good with what they're getting. You stay on the list. You keep your place. So let's say that this person came back. Cash came back. They would be before everyone after them here. They would go first. Now I already said we're gonna do Belle Delphine's boyfriend, the BDB. That's really an awkward name, I gotta say, but it's just weird to say. What if I just call you Bellboy? Can I call you Bellboy? That's it. Bellboy is the name. Cause it's like a job. It's like there's at luxury hotels they have the bellboy. I don't know. Maybe that's not. Okay, Bellboy, you like it? I do take that into account. FGN says I had an old 1080p 144 monitor, and for mom, it's more than enough. That's great for that PC. Been enjoying Facebook and email. Looking forward to getting her some COD for that OP system. It's in the YouTube link. Oh yeah, no. You can't put links in YouTube. You'll see it, FGN, but no one else sees a link if you post it in chat. You can go to my Twitch and whisper that to me. So I'm just gonna type boop in chat. Boop. You click my name. When you show up in there, if you go over there, the link is in the description, by the way. You go in there, and my chat will be there. You click my name, click whisper, and you can send it that way. I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to do that, though. If it's working, it's working, and that makes me happy. Or Discord would work fine, too, I guess. Just like in the general chat. Okay. Just put @Braythorn, pop the link in there. I'll find it. I enjoy watching these videos. Very inspirational. Thank you. Happy to hear it. All right, Bellboy, let's do this. But yeah, I'd already said that I was going to help Bellboy here. So you, TJJ Val, just need to drop the I'm on the list emote in chat. Now, you're not going to see that emote if you're not following the Twitch channel. That is the one thing that I ask viewers to do when I'm going to be helping you out. It is free to drop a follow. It helps support what I do because as a growing, the more my channel grows, the more certain companies want to work with me, more content I can make from that, all that kind of thing. And it's free for you. It's the same thing like I ask people to subscribe to the YouTube channel if I'm going to help them on the YouTube side of things. But let's see here. So let's see what we're talking about. So we're looking at a budget of $2,500 to $3,000. So let me ask you this. What is the actual maximum budget? Like the hard number of money dollars maximum you're able to spend on the PC, not including taxes, other stuff, the 3K number. All right, perfect. You'll notice that everyone I've helped out just has that. Well, I mean, there's a couple where I guess I didn't do it. I don't know what happened there. I just didn't fill that up, but I usually will actually narrow it down. That range just helps me get graphs for research to make future videos. It's all anonymous info, and I don't keep it's funny because Google Forms is like, hey. So like, you want us to like keep all the emails for you of all the people who submit the form. So you can like have a little email list. You want that? And I'm like, no, what is wrong with you, Google? There's already enough of that. But no, could I like sell them or something? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just like, no, thank you. I don't keep those things. And I think sometimes that can hurt things because then I can't send something to an email. I can't help someone off screen, off stream or anything. But that's okay. We keep this as anonymous as possible. Anonymity is a security and anonymity here when you're on the internet can be very hard to find these days. But yeah, at least in public forums like this. Public formats, I should say. Okay, so we're looking at Rockville, Maryland. Let's go ahead and go to Micro Center. We're getting this going. And I did see that. TJJ Val, thank you for dropping that emote, and thank you for following the channel. If you had not already, you already had. So there you go. I really do appreciate it. I don't even know when I hit 11K followers on there, but it feels nice, you know. Savage Force, what's going on? Howdy, Barry Thorn. I am... Oh, yeah. TFGN. I'm happy that you like it. And moreover, I'm happy that she likes it. What's up, Zintech? Welcome. Born and raised in Frederick, Maryland here. Nice, Michael. Very cool. Got it. Just a quick look won't hurt. This was a pretty goated PC build for the price. So this was the bundle here. $1,072, 9600X, a 9060 XT, 32 gigs DDR5 6000 CL36, Asus Prime B650M in an M-ATX chassis, 1 terabyte of storage, LANcool 205 mesh, MSI MAG A750BE bronze, semi-modular power supply, and a Hyper 212. Hell yeah. Very nice. That's a great build. Why are you leaving the builder today? Because you suck. All right. We're going right back to it anyway. But thank you for sharing it with me. I kind of wanted to remind myself, but that is one of the first builds I'd done with the 9060 XT, and now I have that. What am I doing? I went to go there and here. How did I get to my own links? Comes to PC Builder. There we go. And we are going to... Rockville, Maryland. Now, budget of $3,000, we're going to now look at those use cases, and we're going to clarify this a little bit. So, gaming and graphic design. Now, you mentioned, Bellboy, you mentioned that, or someone mentioned that it was heavy on graphic design, light on gaming. Is that correct? Are you doing this at 4K? You do want the option to upgrade your CPU down the line. You do not need Wi-Fi. Not too much RGB. You want the build in black. So tell me, what are the programs you use for graphic design, and is Photoshop one of them? Because it is actually relevant. Not much. How are you? Thank you. Doing good. Feeling good. Having a grand old time. Okay. So yes, it is. All right. So let's see here. Let's go to assets here. Actually, no. What I wanted to look at was... Well, no. Here. Yeah, we can do that. So that's Photoshop. And... Oh, this was before... Okay. Puget Bench for Photoshop. 9700X is actually the... So the AMD tends to do... Ryzen processors tend to do better in Photoshop. And not the most expensive one necessarily, but that is slightly changed. And I'll show you in a second. This is Puget Bench, which is generally regarded as one of the industry standards for testing content creation performance. Let's see, Lightroom Classic. Where's the 98? See, 9800X3 is not in here. What the hell? So here's Photoshop. The 9700X 8-core 16-thread CPU is one of the best consumer-grade desktop CPUs on the market. Better than the 9950X3D, which, depending on pricing, can be triple the price. Oh, wait, Premiere. You said Premiere? Because you didn't select content creation / video editing. That would be that one. That'd be the video editing one. You just chose graphic design. Adam says, I fell down the rabbit hole of simulator racing wheels and joysticks. I may need help getting out of this hole before I end up with a direct drive steering wheel. There are worse ways to waste your money other than immersing yourself in a video game. That's okay. All right. So that does change things. Okay. That does change things. So let's go to Premiere Pro. And now, if we look at this, the 9700X is no longer near the top. That's if you're just doing graphic design and using a lot of Photoshop, or if you're a photographer, edits photos, things like that. 9700X, you don't need to spend any more than that to have all you need and actually have a top performing CPU. Once you add Premiere Pro into the mix, it's a little different, to the point where if you want peak performance, it's Intel. The 9950X3D is up there, right? But the score is almost evenly matched with a Core Ultra 7 265K that costs less than half the price of the 9950X3D. The 9950X3D is not great in price to performance. Did I hear that the Intel CPU is only one socket gen? Did I hear you say that you're keeping up with the news? I am rather impressed and pleased to hear that. That's very cool. I was not impressed or pleased to hear when LGA 1854 was leaked as potentially being the next socket one generation after LGA 1851 was dropped. That is... Okay. I ranted about this for like 2 or 3 streams straight. Upsetty spaghetti is the term that comes to mind. And to be clear, I'm not happy about it. On the other hand, 52 core Ultra 9 is what we might be getting. 52. Jesus Louises. And I think 42 core Ultra 7. Anyway. Now, the thing is, you want to be able to upgrade your CPU down the line. Normally, Intel would be a tough consideration here because you would at least have, it was supposed to be the beginning of LGA 1851 with another generation coming out after that. But now it's off the table. Just no, like they're not going to give you any upgrade options for your CPU. Bergy 5, mostly E-cores. I want you to think about something. They're doubling the number of performance cores from 8 to 16. That's going to be insane. Plus, Bergy, don't forget that with Core Ultra 200S, they bulk the heck out of those efficiency cores to the point where now they have to have a third type of low power efficiency cores. Like, that's one of the huge things about Core Ultra 200S. They put more into the efficiency cores development than into the performance cores, which is why the gaming stayed about where it was, which does not matter for someone who's going to buy a 285K, by the way. They should be buying that for not just gaming, because once you're spending $580 on a CPU, you're probably not gaming in 1080p, where CPU matters the most. Anyways, y'all have heard me go over this a million times. Let's see. Threadripper. But to me, Threadripper only makes sense in video editing or if you're doing game design, graphics editing. Well, the problem is, Ghost Poner, once someone says they want a game on their PC, I do not consider Threadripper. it is notoriously not great for gaming. If they change that with the 9000 series ones, cool. I haven't been keeping up with that. I mostly handle the consumer grade stuff when it comes to the content I make and the people I talk to, the people I help out. Mostly, I would say. But regardless. Oh, and I'm upgrading from a maxed out 2013 Mac Pro with Windows 11. Interesting. I mean, you got your money's worth out of that thing, probably. 12 years? 12 years. Threadripper only makes sense if you have super deep pockets. Well, Alucard, I think that Intel's trying to make Threadripper like they're trying to get that in between high end, like top level consumer grade stuff and like HEDT stuff. They're trying to get in the middle of that with that 52 core thing, I think. But we'll see if they make it affordable or not. Dual GPUs and Xeon. That's crazy. Linus is the only one I think who's gamed on Threadripper, and that was an old video. Yeah, that's before. Yeah. Okay, so either way, because you selected right here, you put yes right there. Now Intel has ensured that people should not go with their platform if they want to have any shot at upgrading their CPU down the line, because a CPU upgrade can represent a really big jump in performance, especially if you do a multi-generational update where you skip a generation and that kind of thing, or 2 or 3, like some Ryzen gamers can do, or Ryzen users can do. I'm going to show you this. Intel doesn't believe this, okay? But this is direct from you guys. This is about how many people? 100, almost 200 people. When asked, this is double what Family Feud asks, okay? Do you plan on upgrading your CPU over time? 59.1% said yes. And I think a bunch of them might not have thought they had the option. And I think that's what Intel relies upon. Wait, I could just upgrade. No, I'm showing it here. I'm showing the you can see the graph, okay? Here. There, you can see the graph. There's the number of responses. As long as you could see the graph, it didn't matter. But yeah, I'm going to say AMD, as you said there, is the way to go. And I guess we should go with, I mean, the 9950X would be fine. Here's why I say not the X3D. They're both going to have core parking, yeah. But the 9950X3D, if it's way more expensive, well, here's the main thing. You chose 4K. The X3D with 4K is like, eh. But I want to double check something real quick. What does it say about Photoshop? Oh, we're at Photoshop. It's up here, and the 9950X is right there with it. I was already looking at Photoshop. Let's look at video editing. 9950X 3D, 9950X, it dips down more. It does. It does dip down more. It has, you know, but it's not down here like the 9800X 3D would be. Guys, this is what I'm saying. Whenever someone's like, I want to do more than gaming, you can see why the 9800X 3D is like, but if you want to stream, it's fine. Just gaming and streaming, 9800X 3D is fine. I need a hand. Can I ask for help in the helpful info on Discord? JMO, I'm gonna. You're in line to get help here. I mean, helpful info is for us to post helpful info for viewers. The tech questions channel is where you would think to go to ask tech questions. That forum right there. But you're in line to get help as long as you're. Oh, PC part picker. Are you having trouble with it? If you could just wait for your turn. If you already have all your parts like listed out, just don't worry about it. It's okay. That was just a suggestion. You don't have to do it. Kaiser Platypus, brave that I'm on the list. Indeed, you are. We are here right now, though. It's going to be a little bit. Is that for all processors? The top 8 or just select high-end processors? I mean, if this was for all processors, it would be going and going and going. It would still be the same chart. It is going to be select processors, yeah. Yeah, 9950X is still near the top of the charts for almost every use case here. DaVinci Resolve, 9950X, right there. Unreal Engine, 9950X, almost number one. I want to see the price difference, so we're going to do that. We're going to go here to CPUs. We're going to look at the price difference between the 9950X and 9950X 3D. 9950X 3D is $650, and the 9950X is $550. So it's a $100 difference from here to here. It's not terrible. When you consider that, I mean, that's like 18% price difference. So does it matter to you? Well, the X3D, if you game at 1080p or play AAA titles a lot, not AAA, if you play esports titles a lot, things like that. Mostly though at 1080p resolution, it's actually going to help you out. If you're at 1440p or 4K, other than a few exceptions that are CPU bound, like Microsoft Flight Simulator, some real-time strategy games, things like that, most games are GPU bound at 1440p and up. And X3D does not help you much there. City Skylines 2, do you play that? We'll go X3D if that's the case. It's more the issue of core parking. Alucard, what do you mean? That's your main? All right. 9950X 3D. That thing needs CPU power for sure. Okay, let's see if there is a bundle. Now, streaming is not part of this, right? Just gaming, graphic design, and video editing, right? Alucard, the 9950X non-3D also has core parking for gaming. Remember? It has one higher performance CCD, so it shuts down the other one. What's the difference between i7 and i9 on Intel side? Ghost Poner, it's just number of cores, price, frequency, heat output, power draw, all that. It's gonna vary between generations. Yeah, Alucard, I don't know. I probably should have ranted a little bit more about it. I think that's on me, honestly. I don't know if you remember when it was first announced, and I was like so angry. So angry. Highest price 9950X, not X3D. 9950X 3D. Hey, there you go. $849. Another one here, $799. Another one here. No, that's it. That is all of them. So we have two bundles here. There's only one in stock of this one, though. And the difference is the motherboard. The problem with this bundle is the RAM. 32 gigs of RAM ain't going to do it. We might just want to go non-bundle, but I want to see how much this is going to save us. So let's find out. Cheaper bundles? Not if you want a 9950X 3D. Now, if you're thinking, oh, but I wanted a 9800X 3D. Well, that's the performance you're going to get. Almost half the performance, just a little over half the performance of a Ultra 9 285K. I knew i9 265K was better at video editing if we're talking purely... No, we had the whole conversation about they want to be able to upgrade their CPU down the line. I would suggest... Okay. Okay, yeah. So let's see. You're getting $125 off the CPU. You're getting $90 off the motherboard. And $7 or $6 off the RAM. So about $200 off. The problem is the RAM ain't right. You need, I would put you at 64 gigs. Now, I haven't asked what kind of content you're going to be editing. Is it like big, like 4K video, like nice stuff that's going to take a lot of RAM? When it comes to video editing, I can tell you that capacity is king. You need to have great RAM capacity. 64 gigs is, if you're serious about video editing at all, the starting point, in my opinion. What's up, Tech Grant? How's it going? Picked up 9950X with ProArt X870E. Loving it. Nice. I do like the ProArt boards. I wish that they were more generous with the I/O. Like the standard I/O, not the crazy stuff, because, you know, dual Ethernet, all that stuff. But yeah, I had it 4K 120 FPS fit. Okay, we might even go crazier with the RAM. I don't think we'll be able to do a bundle here. If I change the memory from this 32 gig kit, then it collapses the bundle. You don't get the bundle. So we'll go ahead and ditch that and just pick, go a la carte. Your budget allows for it, in my opinion. Also, the fact that you're not having it built for you, but you're getting... Now, just to be clear, you are building this yourself, right? Because you selected parts list, not pre-built and not an upgrade. You selected parts list, which means I'm going to give you a list of parts to get, and then you build the thing. That's going to save you $250 on the build fee right there. So that right there covers the fact that you're not getting a bundle. All right, there you go. Now we get to be picky with our motherboard. Now you went with a black build, so we'll match that. Let's see. So we want to go with ATX or EATX only. Probably stick to ATX. And I really need to start hammering down what my favorite motherboards are for this category. But I really like the Carbon. I just don't think you need a ton of I/O. Let's take a look at this board real quick. I mean, normally I would say like, oh, for a streamer, yada, yada, you need a lot of I/O, but no. Now, something like dual Ethernet, you might be like, well, I don't need that. But if you get to the point to where you're going to have a NAS drive, you might want to have a dedicated local network for storage, and you could just do that. More I/O is good. Awesome. There you go. So this right here is going to have 9 USB Type A 10 gigabit per second ports and 4 Type C ports, with 2 of those being USB 4. That's cool. Great picture. I'm really liking the detail that they're showing here. What the hell, Micro Center? What are you doing? Okay, well, just look at the 2 USB-C there that have the white sort of oval around them. That is your USB 4 gigabit per second, or USB 4. 1 USB, and then 2 USB-C 10 gigabit per second. This is a really kitted out board. Now, where this is lacking, in my opinion, you're not streaming, but if you were, I would say maybe avoid this board, because if you put anything in that second silver X16 PCIe slot there, which I can't bring up oh, there it is. If you put anything in here, like a capture card, you're going to have you're only going to have half the speed of this slot right here for your GPU. Other than that, it is insanely kitted out. It's an awesome motherboard. I just don't like the fact that you end up with X8, X8 instead of this just going through the chipset. Anyways, that's just me though. Extra PCIe. I don't need extra. Got it. Okay. That's better than 4 USB ports I get on my Mac Pro. Oh God, that makes me sad. But this one here, you could put something like a PCIe X4 M.2 card or something to have extra storage drives. Don't know if you're going to need that, because this thing comes with how many storage slots here? So you're going to have 4 M.2 sockets, M key right there, and one that has the upgradable Wi-Fi in it. It already comes with Wi-Fi 7 though. You said you don't need Wi-Fi, but remember, when you have built-in Wi-Fi in your motherboard, you also have built-in Bluetooth. And this is Bluetooth 5.4. Okay. Anyways, that's enough. Look, if you let me yammer on and on about motherboards, I'm going to do exactly that. This one's fine. We're going to go with this. This is a rad motherboard. Mac Pro at its finest. They think you don't need much I/O at all. They think you don't need that much I/O at all. Absolutely. You doing good? The only reason I went with was 10 gigabit Ethernet and PCIe slots, since I need it for 5090 FE, Camlink Pro, and 4K Pro. Oh. Does it have that? Hold on. How is their PCIe layout? Haven't really looked at the block chart for that. You see X8. Sorry, 1 second. Little diversion here. 870E ProArt. One second. Tech specs. Expansion slots. 2 PCIe 5.0 X16. Okay. Well, oh. Just go to the thing. Go to, what? Why? Go to the board. I just want to see the pictures of it. Why did it take me to this? This is not what I wanted to see. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Okay. I'll say this. Tech Grant. FE card, the only 2-slot card that can fit everything on and still use a top slot for GPU. Yeah, I just want to let you know that if you put anything in this slot, that 5090 is going to be running on 8 lanes of PCIe right here, not 16. And aside from that, when you use, okay, PCIe 16 2 shares bandwidth with M.2 2 slot. So if you're going to use a second M.2 slot, it's going to turn that first slot into 8 lanes and the second slot into 4. Now that's okay for a capture card. Either the Camlink Pro and the 4K version that you got, they run at X4, so it just needs 4 lanes. Now here's a fun fact: it needs 4 lanes of PCIe Gen 2, so some cards can go down to like X1, but it doesn't matter to the motherboard if anything is plugged into this slot right here, or if you use your second M.2 slot, this is going to run at X8, no matter what. As long as you're okay with your 5090 running at half lanes, that should be okay because it's a PCIe Gen 5 slot and it's a PCIe Gen 5 interface for the card. So you should be okay. PCIe Gen 5 for GPUs is this generation. So I don't know if the 5090 saturates 8 of those lanes, because you're basically, it's like putting into a full X16 PCIe Gen 4 slot. So yeah, that's the thing to look at. If you're going to be needing to use PCIe slots, you always look up the bifurcation. Anyways, back to what we were doing. After this. Skeeter Gaming, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to the community to Count My Gop. Welcome to the swarm, and thank you, Skeeter Gaming. Let's go, nerds. And Coalition Chris, thank you for the tier 1 sub and 10 months of support. Let's go, nerds. Happy early 4th of July, good sir. Hope you and your loved ones have a good one. Chris, my friend, right back at you, buddy. I hope you're doing well. Okay, back to what we were doing. But yeah, sorry, I had to go into that because once you started talking about being in a similar situation to me, where I'm using 2 capture cards, Camlink Pro, and also the Live Gamer 4K 2.1 from AverMedia, both of those require X4, and one of these slots is X1, but it requires X4 of PCIe Gen 2, so it goes down to, that is equivalent to 1 lane of PCIe Gen 4, because that's how the maths on that. Anyway, we're back to this build. Sorry about that. Treasure Train, someone gives. Treasure Train? What is a treasure train? I've heard of a hype train. What is a treasure train? Can someone educate me on this? Oh, 35% off subs. That's cool. I always get weird though if people gift too much stuff. Like one here and there is fine, a few here and there is fine, and I appreciate that. But if it gets too crazy, I'm like, it feels weird. Anyway, I don't need the other M.2 slot. Oh, yeah, that's right. You said you got a big old drive, got 8 terabyte and a 4 terabyte. Yeah, and there's other ones too, so you're fine. As an ASRock 870E Tai Chi. Yeah, people are for high. I don't know. I know there haven't been any problems with 9950X3Ds like there are with the 9800X3D, but people are kind of leery about using ASRock for AMD this generation because of that. And AMD said it's fixed. No, it's still ongoing, unfortunately, at least according to Reddit. Okay, now we're going in for our RAM, and we're going to hopefully try to max this out. I want you to understand, Bellboy, I'm going to give you a perfectly balanced system for your use case, and you're going to love it. We are min-maxing this budget like crazy. We're going to get this to be the absolute best it can be. That's what we do. Memory capacity. Let's see if we can max you. Let's see if we can do 96 gigs of RAM. Let's see what kind of kits we got for that, what speeds we have available to us. No DDR5 6000, unfortunately, but 6400 is also supposed to work. As long as you can use Expo on that, it should have it. 6400 CL32 is pretty good. Oh my God, DDR5 5600 CL46. Ugh. No wonder it's so much cheaper, though. Okay, look at that. Memory profiles, Intel XMP, and AMD Expo. That's what I'm talking about. There you go. 96 gigs of DDR5 6400 CL32. What's up, Rubutu? The Thanos build, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. They make good boards, but it's rough, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, look. This was happening with this happens. It's AMD boards, things like that too. It's happened before to other motherboards. It's just that right now it's happening to ASRock. ASRock does make fantastic motherboards. Their Z890, their Z890 live mixer is awesome for a use case like yours, Tech Grant. You didn't go Intel though, but it has dual chips. It has chipset. PCIe slots for everything other than the main one. So you have, I think, X4 PCIe Gen 3 and X4 PCIe Gen 4. And if you're doing 2 capture cards, I mean, that's more than enough. I'm considering it for my my replacement system, for my main system, but we'll see. I'm not even necessarily going to stream from that, so we'll see. I don't think AI is saying about ASRock motherboards is that the only thing AI is saying about ASRock motherboards is that they released BIOS updates to fix the PBO issues. Yes. So now we have 96 gigs of RAM, a goated motherboard here for your use case, tons of I/O like you wanted, and you've got the 9950X3D, which is the current highest-end consumer desktop CPU on the market, and it tops the charts in several of your use cases. So, yeah. Now, we get to what you might feel is an odd choice on the video card. For first off, it has to fit in the budget, right? I'm going to say a 5070 Ti. Because, let's take a look here. Again, I have the Puget Bench listings here. Now, you want to game at 4K. I had a 5070 Ti in this system, and I could game pretty much, I could play any game in 4K live on stream with zero problems. But that's not all we're looking at, right? So let's see where it stacks up. Well, for Lightroom Classic, if you're going to edit photos, they're all pretty much matched up. I mean, there's really not a lot going on here. Now, if we get into Premiere Pro, look at the 5070 Ti. It is like almost exactly matched up to the 5080. The only card that really has a big gap here among the top contenders is the 5090 at triple the price. Is this worth triple the price to literally anybody on the planet when you actually think about it? Hell no. If you're not doing AI stuff where you need that 32 gigs of VRAM, this ain't gonna be worth it. And between the 5070 Ti and the 5080, they both have the same 16 gigs of VRAM. They're just a little bit of difference in gaming performance. Yeah, this is the way to go. That's Premiere Pro. After Effects, there's a little bit more of a gap, but to fit it within your budget, I would still say go 5070 Ti, because we have invested more into your CPU, motherboard, and RAM to make a balanced system here. DaVinci Resolve, the 5090 runs away with it a little bit again, but look, 5070 Ti right there with the freaking 4090, baby. Look at that. And 5080. I mean, the jump from the 4080 Super to the 5070 Ti is significant, actually. Topaz Video, the 5070 Ti, not great for AI comparatively to 5090 and 4090, but that's all VRAM stuff. 4090 beating the 5090 is kind of bonkers here. I'm not sure what happened with that, but okay, I'm sure they talk about it here. Oh, it hasn't been updated to fully enable 50 series support. So once they do that, the 5070 Ti is probably going to jump up the list. And game dev, virtual production. I'm not even looking at this stuff now. Okay. But I think I've made my case. Now let's look at the pricing. Let's see. Let's go by highest price. They also have to have one in stock. And they do. They do. Okay, good. So something like a 5080, if they even have one in stock, they don't even have a 5080 in stock. I thought stock on GPUs was getting much better. Let me just click the compatibility filter just in case, because that's wonky here. Oh, yeah, there it is. But this motherboard has PCIe Gen 5. That shouldn't even be a freaking thing. Man, that's so dumb. Okay, something like a 5080. Let's just look up a random 5080 price here. That's the Astral. That's an exception. $1599. Okay, $1494. $1449. Now you might be thinking, but like, oh man, a $3,000 budget, 5070 Ti? No, no, no. This is literally $500 plus difference in price, and it gains you like nothing here. Like nothing. In fact, in Lightroom, the 5070 Ti outpaces the 5090. That's just a wonky app when it comes to the graphics card. But right here, Premiere Pro, it is lined up perfectly with it almost. It's a hair's width off. So yeah, $500 or more difference. Yeah, I would go 5070 Ti. So I've made my case there. 5070 Ti Prime. There is, I think, that's. Why is that more expensive than the gaming Trio? That makes no sense. You did mention you don't want to have too much RGB, so we'll go with a card that doesn't have any. Hey, I thought I put in for more to... Did it change the most popular again? No, it didn't. What's the lowest price 5070 Ti? Just tell me that. Come on. There's one for $829, the prime non-overclocked one. You really gonna pay $100 more? Or no, it's like $50, $60 more. I'm exaggerating. I don't think there's any cheaper than that 5070 Ti. Nope. Okay. So these are all one in stock, one in stock, one in stock. That's crazy. I do like the gold on the Inspire. I think that looks cool. Or the whatever bronze color it has. 834. These are all around the same price. So basically, here's what's going to happen for this. Bellboy, what you're going to do, because these are all like one in stock, one in stock, one in stock, two in stock, one in stock. What you'll do is when you go with your parts list to Micro Center to go have your really fun shopping day, you're just going to see what they have in stock and pick the one that you like the look of the most, because the performance between these is going to be pretty similar. But we'll pick, let's say, the what we went with MSI motherboard. We'll go with the 5070 Ti Ventus 3X. Or you can go with the Shadow to match the black build. Let's do that. Oh, Zotac. Oh, my bad. My bad. I just picked the one that matched the motherboard. Not that there's any RGB on this, but for that reason. But yeah, I guess it doesn't really make sense then. Okay, you wanted the Zotac one? All right. Oh, there's 5 of these. There you go. The solid would have RGB if I recall. Well, that's a solid core. It might not. I don't know. Okay, that's enough of that. And now look at this. We're at 2364. We might still be able to upgrade some stuff if we want to once we're done with our storage. But remember, you need a lot of storage for that 4K 120 FPS video, the raw footage. Yikes. Even if you don't edit it very often, that stuff takes up a lot of space. So why don't we see if we can do a... How much is a 4 terabyte? We might be eating too much of the budget with just the storage, just one drive. Let's see if we can do a 4 terabyte drive for your boot drive. And where you're going to be storing your any active projects, things like that, access them the fastest. Or we can do this. We can go with a Gen 5 drive in 2 terabytes. So your boot drive is the faster one. And then later on, you can add a 4 terabyte drive for mass storage. I have a 16 terabyte NAS. All right, we're going fast then. What's up, Kenneth? How's it going? All right, we're going to go with PCIe Gen 5. Interface. And then we go with lowest price and see what we get. Also capacity. We've got to go with capacity of, let's do 2 terabytes. Uh, 2 terabytes starting at 169. That's crazy. PNY, what are you doing? Let's go with the 9100 Pro for 239. PCIe Gen 5 speeds are up to, read speeds up to 14,700 megabytes per second. Bergie 5, is Gen 5 worth it? When you're talking about trying to scrub through a timeline, it can be. It absolutely can be when you're editing video, especially something that's really high bitrate video. You basically would move that project onto this drive to work on it directly. Unless you want to keep everything on the NAS drive, which people do that. Bellboy, yeah, totally, you can totally do that. But if you're trying to work on a project, the last thing you want is lag. Nothing kills the creative flow faster than lag. I mean, I guess if like your big toe exploded, that would do it faster. Okay, I get it. Just, I don't know, whatever. I'm speaking from experience. I'm kidding. But yeah, no, that should do it. They have these in stock, right? 25 plus in stock. Let's go with this. So this is going to be very fast. The write speed up to 13,600, I think, megabytes per second. Sequential is really fast. So with that, combined with your 16 terabyte NAS, you're good. This is going to give you the best chance of your programs running faster, any locally stored projects running super quick. Having that plus really fast, very high capacity RAM, your timeline is going to sing, my friend. Carbon. Yeah, I'm using the Carbon for this. Now, this also, Grant, this also has bifurcation. Unless you're talking about the one I'm using. Are you talking about the one I'm thinking about? But I have to go be back later. Kaiser, thank you for telling me that. I appreciate it. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, for this board, I'm doing Carbon. This one, they're not streaming. They're not putting in multiple capture cards or any capture cards. So the bifurcation, the X8 is not going to go into effect. But this is also 5070 Ti. So, yeah. Wait, why am I doing that? We don't need that. Now we got to do a case. Bellboy, this is your chance to be to subjectively choose a case that works for you. You didn't want too much RGB, so I would normally say ooh, they have the King 95 Pro. That's kind of one of my favorite cases. It's wonderful to build in, great build quality, great aesthetics, but it does have a pretty decent amount of RGB in there. But it's actually not as bad as some other cases in that regard, because the fans that come with it have a border RGB. Like it's a perimeter RGB rather than the whole fan lighting up. So there is that to consider too. Ghost Poner says Lee and Lee. I wouldn't do Lee and Lee here because we've put a lot of this budget into the parts that are going into it. And Lee and Lee requires you to make a big investment in fans as well. I usually would choose a case that has fans. Oh, you're out of an ad. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So what I was saying for the case, this is where you get to choose the aesthetic that you want for the looks for the case. You stated that you don't want too much RGB, and you definitely have options for that. I would normally come in and say, hey, they have the King 95 Pro. It's a great case. Aesthetics are awesome. It comes with all the fans you need except for your liquid cooler. That has its own fans, right? However, if you're really trying to limit your RGB, this is not the best case. But you chose the answer of yes, but not too much. I actually think that the King 95 Pro might be perfect. And the reason I was saying that, let's go ahead and take a better look at the case, and I'll show you, is that the fans that come with it have perimeter RGB, not hub-lit RGB. The whole fan isn't lighting up, just the perimeters. You do have this bar right here, but I think it's pretty nice. Fractal wood. Okay, never mind. I've been vetoed. All right, all right. So we get to choose now because this case right here, the North XL, is great because you can put a full 360 millimeter radiator in the top. Is a good way to go. I do need to check that it comes with fans because otherwise you'll have to buy some. Let's go ahead and go look. Look at that rating, though. That's a really good rating. 20 reviews, 5 stars. Comes with 3 140 millimeter fans. Oh, yeah. You can put the 360 in the top or a 420 in the front if you want. Let's see. Fan bays. One rear 120, one or 140. 3 120 millimeter fans in the front or 140 millimeters in the front. It already comes with 3 140s. So we would need to add a couple of fans to this. The rear exhaust, mostly, just that if you want to have that. You can actually put 180s in the top. That's super sick. I don't even think that Micro Center carries those. That is super cool. The benefit of larger fans like 140 millimeter, 160 in some cases, and one like a Landcool 216 or 180s like in the Fractal Torrent is that larger fans can move the same amount of air as smaller fans, but they do it at a lower RPM. So it's quieter. Exhaust and AIO, indeed. Built in 2 of it. It's a good one to work with. Be careful which 420 millimeter radiator you're going to use. I had to change the fans for the Arctic one I installed. We're going with the 360. That's one of the benefits of AMD moving the 3D V cache to underneath the core complex die. Thermals are better on these. And we could also potentially go with a thick 360 rather than a large 420 millimeter radiator. We can go like the Arctic, you know. So let's select this guy here. You were immediate with that. You were like fractal wood. Okay. We still have to do power supply. We'll do that before we do the... we are starting to get down to the wire on budget here. Unfortunately, because it's not dual chamber, cannot do the Lee and Lee Edge. Those are some of the best deals right now in power supplies. In terms of how they're rated and the performance of them and stuff. The cables are really nice in those too. Seasonic 1000 watt, always a good choice. Let's choose that wattage, 1000 watts. We're going to go with 1000 watts. I think that'll be fine for this 5070 Ti 9950X 3D system. Let's go by price. Hey, whoa. Oh, it did that thing. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. I'm using a new mouse now, so I'm a little bit... I'm getting used to it. I'm zoomed in, aren't I? No, not that. There we go. I was zoomed in. Nobody told me. Nobody told me I was zoomed in. I might have accidentally pressed the button. I mean, guys, look, I'm using this as my Stream Deck right now. It's taking a lot of getting used to. I might have accidentally pressed that earlier and just not known it. It's cool that I can do that, though. Like, that's super sick. I just wish I didn't have to install IQ to do it. What's up, John Paul Bacon? How's it going? No, don't go with Arctic. The radiator's too thick for the front. We're doing top mount. We're doing top mount. Top mount radiator. Because that's what I checked here. What is it? 360. Top internal. That's what we're talking about. They could put a larger AI on the build. I have that being said, the airflow configuration works. Besides the fact, if I do game on it while there's some heat out with the PC, Intel CPU on my build's never here. What are we... What? Okay. But no, we're looking at a top mount radiator, not front. Okay, there we go. Because it already comes with the 3 140s on the front. Yeah. I'm not going to mess with that. Let's check on this guy real quick. I know I checked it recently, but I always like to double check if I need to. That was the A1000G. Let's see how that's doing. A1000G. Oh, no. It's not going to do that. It's going to be MSI. I think is it MPG? MPG, yeah. MPG. There we go. AG, 1000 watts, A rating. Oh, let me see, not the S. So they're all A. Everything MPG is rated as an A rating. Hell yeah. But is it ATX 3.1? There we go. All right. Oh, how warm your PC can get. Fair. And then one more 140 for the rear should be fine. But we still have to get the... Oh, no. See, I'm going to have to adjust something. Because we're now we're going to get a little over budget here with the AIO. Let's see what we can get. Let's go to the liquid cooler. Let's see what the Arctic non-RGB version is. It is 129. So, all right, Bellboy, it looks like I'm going to have to adjust something a little bit. We're a little over budget. We're at 3084, and I haven't added on the exhaust fan yet. The exhaust fan, though, we're just throwing in a 140 millimeter fan. That's not going to be crazy. And it's going to be an Arctic fan to match the AIO. Let me do that, and then we'll look at what we need to adjust. My brand. One P14. I want the... They don't have the 140 PWM fan? Okay. Just order yourself a P14 PWM fan from Arctic to match the AIO. You too, John Paul Bacon. Absolutely. Happy early 4th of July to you as well. Yeah, you can just order that separately. As you saw, those fans are not expensive. But yeah, currently we're $84 above budget. Now I can make some adjustment here to sort of bring that under control. Okay. You good? All right, cool. Yeah, if you're good, then I'm good. Okay, so here is what you need to do to have this list. I am going to get this link right here. And then I'm going to send that to you. Go to this build and then save this build to your Micro Center account. If you're already logged in, no problem. If you haven't created one, create one. If you have one but you haven't logged in, log in. Now, what I would ask of you is once this build is done, post it up in the Rigs channel. Let everybody see it. See how it turns out. It's going to be a nice, tasteful build. And I want you to come back and tell me, once this thing is done, how much it absolutely rips compared to your 13-year-old Apple system or 12-year-old Apple system at the things that you're trying to do. I need to know. I have a mighty need to know these things. That makes me happy. Fowler, what's going on? Welcome. Also, Zelmov. How's it going? Sorry, I was in the zone. But yeah, you're welcome. Saved? Awesome. I still don't know why I put those there, but it just shows that I did something. Okay, something was done here. I know that took a while, everybody, but yeah, that's how... TJJ Val, are you here? Absolutely. And you know what? Anytime you want to sort of pick my brain about stuff, or just hang out and hear me yammer about computers and maybe pick up some info here and there, I'll be here every Tuesday and Thursday doing these. Sunday on Twitch is just for gaming streams where it's just super chill and we're hanging out and playing some games. But the PC matchmaking, always a good spot, I think, to hang out, in my humble and totally biased opinion. All right, cool. Yeah, let us know how it goes. Okay, TJ. Yeah. So tell me, what is the actual maximum budget for your build? I know you picked the range of $1,500 to $2,000. What is the maximum number of money dollars you would spend on just the PC itself? Not the other stuff like monitor, keyboard, mouse, taxes, shipping. Just the PC, as the price would be listed on a website. What are we looking at there? Oh, it's another Micro Center. It's all Micro Center these days. It's all I'm doing is Micro Center. And it's another parts list. So we're doing another parts list here. So that's good. That saves you money on the build fee. So thank you, Bellboy. Thank you for letting me know that you saved the build, because I'm about to erase it on my end. In 3, 2, 1. They did say saved in all caps. I'm sorry. They did say saved in all caps. We good. All right, so let's take a look at your use case here. This is for gaming and pro gaming / esports at 1080p. Well, I was planning on going to Micro Center and picking the parts off the list you make and having them build it. Okay, that is going to be the pre-built option. If you're not building it, it is a pre-built. Some people like to be like, oh, but I had it built custom. Right. Before you got it, it was built custom. So that's a custom pre-built. And here, that's what you're having them do. Now, how does that matter? Well, it comes down to their same-day pro assembly fee. It is $250. So I need to, yes, exactly. So I need to know, is that included in the 2K, or are you going to add that on top of your budget, basically? Like, am I subtracting that from, is it $1,750 for the actual parts that we have to work with? It is not included. Okay. So we're working with 2K, and then you'll pay the $250 separately. Okay, so guys, well, let me ask you this. So I'm guessing, TJ, that you're going to be, I don't know if it's okay that I call you that. I hope so. Just let me know if it's not. So you're looking at esports titles here. Very high refresh rate gaming, right? 1080p. Let the frames rip. Frames win games. All the sayings. Let's go. Okay. Then we're going to try to get a 9800X 3D bundle in this. Where does that start? Actually, let me also check here. You're not interested in upgrading your CPU down the line, but when it comes to frames, it's AMD. That's why AMD rhymes with 1080p. Hope you guys like that. That was right off the top of the head. Oh, I am. My bad. Thank you for calling that out. And you are over in Westmont, Illinois. Got it. Good call. I usually figure that out once I get to GPUs. Let's do this again. I guess we could do lowest price and just look for the first instance of a 9800X 3D. All right, so we're looking at an Asus TUF B650-E gaming Wi-Fi AM5 motherboard, 32 gigs of DDR5 6000, and a 9800X 3D. Now, if we add... Oh, no. I love this. Add a Samsung 9100 4 terabyte PCIe Gen 5 SSD and save money. This motherboard, does it even have PCIe Gen 5? Hold on. I gotta know. I'm sorry, I have to know. Are they just being idiots with this? Or are they absolutely right? It might have it. Storage. It does have a PCIe Gen 5 slot. I'm the moron. Okay. Glad to know. I'm willing to bet there's one or another bundle that asks you to add the PCIe Gen 5 storage and it does not support PCIe Gen 5, but I don't know that. So I could be 100% off on that. So we're selecting this one here. There we go. Yeah, there is not currently a CPU that comes close to the 9800X3D other than like 9950X3D, which is $300 more, $200, about $270 more, something like that, $250, whatever, more money. And you don't need those extra 8 cores. That would just be shutting down anyway whenever you start a game. 32 gigs DDR5, 6000 is good. That's fine. 6,000 meg transfer per second. CL36, not amazing, but it's not gonna. You probably won't notice a difference, even if you had them two systems side by side, running CL30 or CL36. Now, that was $649. It's $100 off the whole deal. So let's take a look at graphics cards. The question is, do we go AMD or NVIDIA? We got to see what they have first. Because you could, oh man, a 9070 XT would be pretty strong here. I mean, here's the thing, TJ. You're not going to be, when you're playing competitively, you're not going to go in and turn on ray tracing. You're going to go in and turn it off. You generally will lower graphic settings to achieve the highest frame rate possible. I kind of wanted NVIDIA with a 9800X3D. All right. Well, fair enough. That answers my question. There we go. If that's the case, I'm probably going to go 5070 Ti. If we can fit it in the budget. And I don't think we can, but we're going to try, okay? Because otherwise you're looking at a 5070. Okay, so we're at 1479 with no case, no power supply, no storage, no CPU cooler. This is a little tough. So what we're going to do, we're going to try to, well, you have to remember, you're looking at getting a normally $460 CPU for gaming at 1080p, but it's the strongest. It's the best at that. So they haven't released a 9600 X3D yet. 9600 X3D would be perfect here. Probably the most sensible option is a 7600 X3D. It would rip at this. It would be great at this, but the 9800 X3D is the best at this. 9600 X3D and a 5070 Ti for 1080p is bananas. That's crazy. That's gonna run away from you. It's gonna be, you're gonna be getting headshots before you even touch your mouse. It's crazy. It doesn't do that. It doesn't provide skills. Just saying. Now, how many titles are we talking about playing? Do you have a primary game and that's all you're gonna be playing, or is there like 3 or 4 of them? I'd like to do a 2 terabyte drive, but we put everything into into your CPU and GPU here. So that's not how I typically like to do things, but I'd like to try for the Inland Performance plus 2 terabyte if I can. Valorant, Fortnite, CSGO, Call of Duty, very competitive. Well, we don't want you to be running up against that 1 terabyte limit. And with Call of Duty being on that list, I mean, they have updates that are bigger than most games. All right. So, yeah. Tell me I'm wrong. All right. Fight me. Let's see. case, we're going to try to keep this on the budget side of things. But thankfully, there's some awesome looking and performing cases on the budget side of things. So we're going with a white build. I didn't even think about that for the motherboard and GPU. Damn. I just remembered off the top of my head. This is one of the first white builds. I have a couple. Some of the first white builds I have had in like a while. And now I have 3 of them in one stream. Holy crap. Okay. We'll go back to the whole motherboard thing in just a minute. White. There we go. An inland case, you say. Interesting. I would say the Montec XR. Let me see what you said for RGB. You want a lot of it. Of course you do. Okay, so we'll go Montec XR. This doesn't have as many RGB fans as some of these other cases, but it's going to show off your components better than these other cases in this category. And it is $70 with 2 side intake reverse flow fans and a standard flow reverse or rear exhaust fan. It's fine as long as it has some. All right, cool. There you go. I'm going to take a quick dip over here to the bundles and check. Let's just knock this down to AMD only. I don't know. I guess cores, 8 core. That'll help, I guess. I just want to see if there's any. And there, oh, that's 9700X. So there's a board here that would look better in your build because it has all these silver elements on it. It's $50 more. And it's also going from B650E to X870E for $50. Let's try to fit this into the budget. Oh, no, it was X670E. X670E. Wait, is that the same price? Oh, no, there we go. B650E. That's the one. Okay. Well, we still have to get you a power supply and a CPU cooler. I mean, I'm always like very careful about this because I hate going over, but we can just pick the other stuff and just move forward. I think we're going to be fine. Let's try to choose, if we can, a white power supply because that may just come with white cables. Unfortunately, we can't use the Edge Gold. That'd be cool and all, but we can't use that here. We want to go at least 850. But in case you're going to upgrade your GPU down the line, for 1080p gaming, I don't think you're going to need to go any higher than a 5070 Ti. So we're going to choose 850, though, and we'll throw 1,000 watts in there. And we want to go, if we can, is there a color option here? There is. White. There are 6. What have we got? 169 for the Seasonic. 850 watts. There's an RM850E, ATX 3.1 compatible. Let's look at this guy real quick. Not going to show your cables. You're just not going to... Ooh. Ew. No, what is with this? Why is there so few outputs? I just want to see the cables. Okay, sleeved. And then... Oh, the 12V 2x6 is also flat, not sleeved. But okay. At least you get a sleeved cable for your 24-pin. One of the most obvious ones there. But I wanted to see if you get white cables with the white power supply on this. Oh my God, go away. Why isn't this showing the white one? Anyway, I think it's going to be down here, maybe. No, it's not. Native 12V 2x6. Show me what the cables look like, not just a diagram. You know what? This is fine. I think this is fine. Welcome back, Kaiser. The only thing that worries me about this is this. Like, if you're going to switch over from NVIDIA to something else down the line, you don't have that many PCIe and /CPU 8-pin ports on this. Especially if you want to like overclock your CPU and you end up using 2 of these for if the motherboard supports that, you'll only have 1 of these left. You're not, it's fine. All right, cool. All right, we'll choose this one then. And this is 850 watts. There is a 1,000 watt one for $40 more. And I'm going to check that out because I want to see. I want to see real quick. Let me see. View product details. If they changed up the ports on this. No. Yes, they did. There's 4 on this. Let's go ahead and select the 1,000 watt. There's only 1 in stock, but we're going to select it. You can just pick one of any other white power supply if you go there and they just don't have it. 1909, and we need a CPU cooler. We good because they have these King Cool ones that are really, really aggressively priced. Let's just choose. Oh, we can't choose color on that, which makes total sense for such a hugely aesthetic piece. Do they have the King Cool ones? Maybe Montec? Oh, snap. They've got the Montec one. That's cool because you have a Montec case. It is $99. That means we are $9 over budget. Is that acceptable? We did go 1,000 watts. We did. We're $9 over budget. I'm very sorry. But we were able to do a motherboard that's going to look better in the build. This added $50, but you're going from B650E, a mid-tier chipset, to the top-of-the-line X870E chipset, or dual chipset. Probably better power delivery on that, too, and it's going to match better aesthetically. It's cool. Thanks for the build. All right, cool. And we're able to go 2 terabytes of storage, 5070 Ti. Oh, wait, one second. I got to look at one more thing. Okay, it did save it. One more thing I got to look at. That's a 5070. Get your search engine better. Come on. Okay. It's just showing 5070s. Other than these. They don't have a white 5070 Ti in stock. They don't have a white 5070 Ti in stock. As long as the case is white. All right, cool. It'll be a nice combination because the motherboard has silver and black in its aesthetic. So you're kind of tying that together. I have been looking at I've been kind of liking having a little contrast inside the case a little bit more lately, which is healthy because, man, finding white components can be an absolute nightmare sometimes. Wait, what was that? Which one was that? Hold on. I saw one that had silver in it. That's not much more price. That's actually right around what we're already selected to do. This one right here is a matching GPU to the motherboard because it is a black and silver MSI product, like the motherboard. Let's go with this one right here. That's going to look absolutely sick, I think. Just to look at it real quick. I would prefer. Okay, let me put it this way. If you go with an 850 watt power supply, and you later move up to like an 80 class card in the 60 series or whatever, you're probably going to need to swap out your power supply, which is a big old pain in the butt. No, it's not for what it's going to use now. TJ Val, excuse me, for TJ. It's not for what it's going to use now. You add extra wattage for, okay, let me put it this way. It's better to have something with higher capacity and still run it at the same lower capacity because that can help with longevity and temperatures because it's built to withstand higher wattage than you're using. That can help with the longevity of the part, but also you have more room for upgrades in the future that way. But this is the aesthetic on this. And then if we look at the motherboard, I'll just do this. Open a new tab. Bam, bam, and bam. That's the motherboard. Look at that matchup. Look at that. That's freaking legendary. Are you kidding me? It's awesome, actually. I like that a lot. All right, cool, cool. So this has you at $14.94 above budget, but you have an extra 250 watts. Now listen, I want to make this very clear. When you have a higher wattage power supply, it doesn't mean it's constantly shoving 1,000 watts into the system. It means that it has the capacity to provide that much power if the system draws it. So you're not going to use more power going with a higher wattage power supply. In fact, you're sticking closer to the 50% sort of 50% load, rather, even if you're using a little more wattage, like 550 watts or so. This is estimated how much? 542 out of 750 or 850 watts. That is way closer to like 75 or 80% of power usage, power load there. This is getting you closer to 50% power load. That's pretty significant. I don't know if I was zoomed in when I was showing the motherboard and the GPU. Was I? Let me zoom out. There's that, and there's that. There you go. Now you see it. Now you don't. So let me get your link here. You may have heard me talk about this earlier. How long would a PC like this last? Like around 5 years? Yes, after 5 years, it will disintegrate. It'll have its gommage after 5 years. Yes. No, I don't know. I don't know. There would be no way for me to know. Yeah, it's gonna disintegrate into rose petals after 5 years, with really beautiful music playing. And you're gonna be like on a pier with it, and you're gonna be like, I'm here, and the PC's gonna be like, I know. Boy, I'm really laying into that joke. Yeah, made a Micro Center account. Cool. There you go. Let me know as soon as you have that saved. Any E33 players here are having PTSD right now from that. They're just like having flashbacks to that whole scene. What a way to start a game. Good Lord. All right, cool. I like that build a lot, actually. White, black, silver. That's going to look really, really good. Okay, next up is going to be Relacooms. Are you here? Relacooms, make yourself known. I need to learn to stop being hunched over, and I need to lean back in this chair more. I'm going to force myself to do that. Relacooms, are you still here? Let me see. You still here? All right, cool. Your time has come. And when I save it to the Micro Center website, where do I go to see it? It'll be under your account, under saved builds. I imagine. I don't save them like that usually. Now, you could also just add it to cart, as long as there aren't too many parts in there that are in-store only, which we can check real quick. Let's see. What out of all of these was in-store only, if anything? It looks like none of this is in-store only, so you can also just add it to your cart, but I would select same-day Pro Assembly first and then add it to cart and go that route. Okay, Relacooms. Well, okay. Let's get into this. TJ, let me know how that build turns out. Drop it in the Rigs channel of the Discord. Let me know how that. I want to see what frame rates you're getting. Give us a report on your frame rates. Run some benchmarks. Let us know. All right. Have a good night. Hopefully 240. Depends on your settings, probably. Just turn off ray tracing. You don't. I mean, it'll work great with it, but you can still turn it off. Okay, Relacooms. Now, your budget is listed to be in the $3,500 to $4,000 bracket. Very big budget there. But I need to know what the actual number is. The maximum number, the maximum amount you can actually spend. Not a range, but like, is it $3,750? Is it $3,800? Is it exactly $3,500 or 4K? Let me know what that is so I can adjust this here. Gary, what's going on? What order of parts would you target when doing a mid-platform? What order of parts would you target when doing a mid-platform run? That is an interesting way to ask a question that mid-platform upgrade. Well, it depends on what your goal is. Like, say you're looking to go for you're playing at 1080p and you want to upgrade to 1440p. That's going to be all GPU usually. If you're, that's basically it. If you're like, hey, I want to start editing video, you need to upgrade your RAM and maybe get a CPU with more cores, if that's an option. That kind of thing. I would need to know what the goal would be specifically. When it comes to upgrading, you don't do it just to upgrade. Upgrades should be there to... Oops, that's actually that. There we go. Upgrades are for when you're trying to do something and it's not quite capable of that, and then you sort of figure out where the system is lacking and address that. So 4K is the budget. All right, thank you for answering that. I always like it when someone's responsive while I'm doing these because it is a back and forth conversation. Now we're looking for a pre-built, and you're ordering within a month. You're trying to do 4K gaming. Now, here's the thing, Relacooms. You selected between the options of black, white, or a specific color. Tell me in chat. You selected a specific color. So what color are you trying to get this build in? Pink pastel preferably. Sick. All right, cool. Now let me think. Who could do that right now? I mean, here's the thing. If we go with a boutique builder, they can do custom requests like getting a specific case. I'm trying to think of who has pink cases by default. A pink Y70. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think who can actually do that. Now let's look at the use case really quick. Let's see. Just gaming. So yeah, a Y series case would be fine. Let's go ahead and close these out. People with 16 gigs of RAM crying when they see how many tabs I have open. I have an idea. Hold on. Be the first to know. I don't care. All right. Like maybe this? Like perhaps this is what you were thinking? Y'all telling me Alucard saying iBuyPower as I'm browsing through iBuyPower? Yeah, that's where I went. That's what I did. But is this maybe what you were thinking? Ari would love this case so much. I wish they had the X50 already. Love the X50. It takes away the things that I have issue with the Y series cases for anything other than gaming. And it's such a distinctive look, but so is this. Yeah, this is not a cheap case, but a $4,000 budget is a high budget. So yeah, this is Heights. This is Heights strawberry milk color. And I mean, I prefer this one for obvious reasons. But yeah, height is doing great. I would love that case if only I had the room. That's a great point, JMO. Relicum's one point about this case is it is not small. It is a big case. It is fully dual chamber case, meaning it has width to it, plus it has height. Height, yeah. So it's a big case. You need to be all right with that. So if you basically you want to make sure you have space on your desk for this, because you're not going to spend $250 or whatever on a case just to put it on the floor, you know? Man, I'm going to want to build so many X50 PCs. I have a pretty big desk set. Oh, yeah, you got an L-shaped desk. Hell yeah, there you go. It's really too bad because they have the Touch Infinite in black and white, but not in black, white, and Panda. But they don't have it in the milk cases, unfortunately. The blueberry milk looks really good, by the way. I like that they have one color that... Oh, that's a great picture. Good job. It's my fault. I like that they have one of these. It's not like a pastel. This is an absolutely sick blue. Like, that is a vibrant blue. But these are pastels. So, it's really cool. Outlaw of Torn, absolutely. That's what I do. Oh, yeah, we selected the strawberry milk case here. The Touch Infinite has it as an additional... Yeah, you can get the color match screens from Height. I'm talking about in here, though, so that the end user doesn't have to add it in themselves. But also, you can get the Touch Infinite cases in the colors from Height directly. The one Tech Tesseract made with that Atlantis-themed blue case was sick. The Tech Tesseract, man, they're so good. And they're so nice. They're so freaking nice. Love hanging out with them. They're really, really cool people. Do they have the color match fans yet? Because they were coming out with those, but that was at Computex just like a month and a half ago. So yeah, I guess not. Well, we'll worry about that later. Now, here's something cool that you can do. If this is something that you would want, they can actually add in these artificial flowers that are really, really neat. But I love a pink build. This would be a bit much for me, but maybe not for you. I don't know. And it's $24. It's not bad. The bubble pink thermal take tower. It is a different class of pink, but it is pretty cool. They also have they just have all these different aesthetic things. It's so cool. Call this like the Aerith special. There you go. Now, you're going to be gaming at 4K. I'm going to say this. Well, let me ask first. What games are you going to be playing with this, Relicooms? I hope I'm saying your name correctly, by the way. Let me know if I'm not. I do care about that. But yeah, Adam, that Thermaltake's colors in their cases are freaking awesome, too. I like that on the purple they went with a dark purple. It looks so good in person. I don't even think it translates that well to video. It looks so good in person. They have a free upgrade to the 9700X right now. That's pretty good. Oh, wait. Hold on. It's only $83 more to get a 9800X 3D? That makes 0 sense. There's an $83 difference right now between the 9600X and the 9800X 3D. What are we even talking about here? It's $50 off. I guess that helps a little bit, but damn. Yeah. Call of Duty, Apex, Fortnite, Sims, Minecraft are the main games. So nothing that I would think is very CPU dependent at 4K. Yeah, I'm not going to change the CPU, Alucard. That's a really good deal. Who's putting a sale price on the 9800X 3D? It's still in huge demand. But I guess the supply has caught up with that. That's good. That's good to know. This is just for extending the platform when AM5 ends. Yeah, also, yeah, you're saying it correctly. Yes! I take great pride in that when I accidentally do it. All right, we're leaving it on the 9800X3D. So even if you're gaming at 4K, this is such a good... I would normally recommend to go to the 9700X, but usually it's like a $200 difference. So either they have really bad pricing, or between the 9600X and 9800X3D, it's even more of a difference. Well, maybe it's like $150, $170 difference at retail, or like MSRP, but whatever. Regardless, we're moving on. I'm going to put a 360 in here because it needs it, I think. So I'm thinking to match this build, we're going to try to go with white components, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get a matching GPU for that. Looking at the games, Call of Duty, Apex, Fortnite, Sims, and Minecraft. We might want to go NVIDIA. Right now, this is spec'd with a 5070 Ti, but there is not a white 5070 Ti to be had. There's a white 5080, and that is within budget, so I think I'm going to go that route for that reason. Ooh, X8. Yeah, we're going that route. We're going with that. That's going to look real good. If we can. We might have to make some changes. I'm going as we're doing this as we go. Oh. Hold up. I need to make sure. There's going to be a thing. I might ask that you wait like a day or so or so I can get something fixed. My coupon code for this would take 5% off this build for you and also support what I do at the same time. They have other codes, but it's usually around the same amount, and it just is into the ether. Like, you just save that money, and that's cool. That's important to me that you do. But it does support what I do if you use my code. It's just because a new month started, they haven't instated the next code yet. So I just need to talk to them in the morning and just get them to fix that. Real build 7800X3D RGF X 760 X 670 X 670 E probably 700. Okay. This is just for extending the platform AM5 ends. I mean, I can't see anything that you would need to upgrade on that, Gary, unless you wanted to switch to NVIDIA for some reason, because with 9000 series Radeon, they didn't have a card that's better than the 7900 XTX. Like, you're all set for like a while. 5% is $200 at this price. I appreciate that. I really do. I didn't win that PC giveaway. Well, Rutu, if it's any comfort, more people... like 99.99% more people can say that than the one person who can say they want a giveaway. That's kind of a bummer about PC giveaways, I'll be honest. But it is what it is. They're fun. They are fun. As long as you go in knowing, like, hey, this shouldn't be my main option for getting a PC, a giveaway. You know, like, it's cool and all, but as long as you're not depending on that to get a PC. So let's look at our storage selection here. Are there any deals that really stand out? NV3. Because what you're going to see, really, Coombs, you're going to see that the price is going to go over budget, but you're going to save 5% off, which, as Rarutu said, is about $200. So we use that. We use that to give you more storage space and things like that. I upped your power supply to a matching white power supply. You're going to, I mean, look, I'm going to show you some things. Okay. I kind of glossed over this. That button to do that is really sensitive. It's really annoying. The center, the scroll wheel clicker is really annoying. I want you to look at this motherboard and imagine how that's going to look in a pastel pink build. Holy crap, that's going to look so good. I don't think I've changed the cooler, by the way. Did I not change the cooler yet? Like, look at how gorgeous this thing is. And you have a matching Gigabyte Ice 4080. It's going to match this motherboard perfectly. It's even the same class of, like, the same aesthetic. Their Pro Ice aesthetic. So, like, yeah, it's going to be freaking good looking. It's going to be really good looking. Well, it's the Aero OC, not the Ice, but still. It is that silver and white that Gigabyte does. But I need to make sure I change the cooler. I haven't looked at the RAM yet. Damn, $100 off 96 gigs. That's interesting. Let's see. Throw some white RAM in there. It's still 32 gigs to your 6000, but it's white RGB RAM. It's going to look super good. I don't think I upgraded the CPU cooler. I don't know why I didn't do that. Oh, the light loop would look so good in this. That's a really nice looking cooler. I love the CPU block on this. The CPU block, I'm seeing this in person. It is beautiful diffusion of RGB. Just gorgeous. And what else did I miss? Let's go back and take a peek at the fans. And they have the Be Quiet Light Wings fans to match this. So for like your side intake fans, it's going to match your cooler, basically. It's not reverse flow, but it'll still look good. It'll still look really good. Hey, Alucard, what time is it? Okay, I know. I don't know if that's played out at this point. But every time when you're not here and that song comes on, I think of you. And I think that that's sweet. 2 terabyte Kingston Fury Renegade is an awesome drive. I don't know that they have PCIe Gen 5 options on deck here. They don't. That's really surprising. iBuyPower is usually ahead of the curve on a lot of things, but not quite here. Oh, they do. It's a separate category. I don't think you're going to need this, though. Gen 5 doesn't really help with gaming. It really doesn't. So let's go with either a 990 Pro or a Kingston Fury Renegade. I would say Kingston Fury Renegade. And look at that. So with this, you're going to be $7 under budget after the discount. Well, a little bit, a little close to that, basically. Yeah, this is going to look even better than the sample build they have here because they don't have a pure white motherboard in here. This is going to be gorgeous in here, all right? Power supply comes with nice cables already. So, okay. Now what I'm going to do here is, I want to save it. We'll get this URL. That's your build. Pink and white is super clean. Now, what I'm going to have to do, though, like let's take a look at this. If we add this to cart, it's going to tell us something important here. It's going to say video card will be shipped uninstalled. Now, this is one of the easiest things that you can do, installing your graphics card. You just need a screwdriver, basically. But it keeps your PC safer because the main part of the PC that is a danger in shipping is the graphics card. It's one of the heaviest individual components, especially something like a chunky 4080, and it's only connected with a couple screws and a little plastic clip. So, yeah, it's really good to have the video card shipped in its own box, inside a larger box, basically. All you got to do is click it in, put in a couple screws, and you're done. There you go. And they have a guide on how to do it. Easy instructions that are very easy to follow. And if you watch my how to set up your new gaming PC video from a couple Decembers ago, then I show how to install a GPU because of that fact. I think going with the Be Quiet fans is going to look really good in here. So what you'll do is basically, if you come back on, no, okay, I can't send you a DM on YouTube, but if you jump into the Twitch stream, I can then send you a whisper there, and then I can come back in once I have that code fixed for you. Yeah, that July code is pretty nice. What is it? Oh. Or you could just use the 4th of July code, because I'll be honest, that is going to be a larger discount than the one that my code would give you. So you can just apply that, and it would bring it down to $38.93. My code is going to give you something like $210 off instead. Do you have recommendations for a compatible monitor? I generally don't do monitors, but I do like this one that I'm using. What you might want with this is probably a 4K OLED monitor. There's nothing better. I mean, honestly, most people are like, I went OLED and I never went back once they do that. But I would look at this site here. Here, let me actually show you something here real quick. We're going to go to this. So this is rtings.com. Some people just say ratings.com. This is a great site where you have tons of testing of stuff. And here we'll have monitors. And then you look at the best monitor for your needs. They'll have categories. Best gaming monitors. They'll have, these are individual reviews, okay? And there's categories like, let me see, view all. Let's see, by usage for gaming, by feature, like the best OLED monitors. So if we go here, this is what I would look at for you right here. Take a look at this, see which one fits your budget, and go with that. Because I'm not an expert on monitors. I am getting, I have looked at some for a potential review, and I do have one review of one that's supposed to have been out already, and we haven't done that yet. But yeah, this is going to have 5 options for you at different price points, and they're all OLED gaming monitors, basically. Well, some might not be specifically for gaming. 27-inch OLED, best 1440p OLED, best 480 hertz OLED, which is crazy, ultra wide, all that. But also, you can just use this site whenever you want to look for a product and there isn't an expert on that product handy, like with me. You can also watch certain channels. Like one that I like to recommend for monitors is going to be Tech Audit TV. He's a great dude. He's come in to hung out and chat a few times. He's really good at monitor reviews. I would probably go there, or Monitors Unboxed. Monitors Unboxed is a great YouTube channel, which is a spin-off of Hardware Unboxed, where they focus on monitors, as you might imagine. So, yeah, rtings.com, Tech Audit TV, Monitors Unboxed is where I'll go for that. Being that I am not an expert in that. When it comes to PCs, all day long, I'll recommend those. But I will just direct you to the people that I trust for those things whenever that happens. But yeah, so if you want, you can, I don't know when you're making this purchase. If you want to come by the gaming stream on Twitch on Sunday, or come back here on Tuesday, I'll give you the update on the code and make sure you know what it is. Or just check the coupon codes channel in the Discord, which is where I'll be putting the update once I have the new code. That's where you can find all my discount codes there. Except I haven't put the mini katana one up yet. I need to do that. Night Skeeter, thanks for hanging out. Oh, didn't you say something about I think in the back of my head, I saw something about a road trip. If you are going on a road trip, or I don't know if someone else said that, but if you are, please be safe out there and have a fun trip. So I want to show you all something. You might notice a new addition to the setup. Anybody? Anybody seen that? Thank you. It's actually their foam version of the Master Sword. We'll come back for that code. Okay, Realicoons, remember, they have a code that'll save you more with the 4 July or July 4 or whatever that was. It'll automatically want to put that in for you. You just hit apply, which is what I did here. July 4. And that'll save you more money. And I like that. I understand. Sorry, I'm not looking at the desktop, but you can use that if you want to. I'm not. It's not like I'm going to hold it against you. I mean, that's another $100 in your pocket. to put towards your monitor. That's totally fine. But if you do want to wait for the code, you can come back here or check the coupon codes channel on the Discord. But yeah, that was, Alucard, the last foam Master Sword they had in stock. I also we have an unboxing and testing stream for an Asus PC coming up next week. And I happen to have something that is probably the coolest unboxing knife ever. I'll be using it then. So you're not going to want to miss that. But really, Coombs, I hope that helped out. That is a beautiful PC. I'm sure that everybody here is going to want to see how that thing turns out once it's done. So be sure to come back, show it off in the Rigs channel on the Discord, where people like to go show off their builds. Okay, JMO, I saw that you said you're in an ad. I appreciate you letting me know because your turn was coming up. But that time is now. Outlaw of Tarn, I just upgraded to an Asus RG Strix 27 4K OLED, and it's amazing. I'm on a 4070 Super. I can only imagine how things would look on a better GPU. I mean, the 4070 Super is great. It's more geared towards 1440p, especially with the 12 gigs of VRAM. But you keep leveraging that 4070 Super as GPUs become more available and some prices get better. And you can probably make a pretty solid upgrade for less than you normally would if you hold out with that 4070 Super. Thanks so much. We'll definitely show it when I get it. Awesome. I like to see the results of my efforts here. A Landbox HTPC style case overcomes that because the case is horizontal design. What are we talking about? A good example case of this is the Cooler Master Half XB Evo. Would love to get a newer updated version of it. Are you talking about something like the Frag Box from Falcon Northwest? $5,900X, 16 gigs of RAM, 512 plus a 3 terabyte hard drive. Okay, 750 watt gold power supply. Motherboard is a B550M. Okay, so JMO, it may have cut off some of what you typed unless you're putting it into a separate chat because there's a character limit, but I don't think you hit that yet. We'll definitely look into that soon and come here for help. You got it. What's up, Tanmay? How's it going? But what were we talking about, John Paul, with the... Are you behind on the stream or something? I'm not sure where that came from. Best Buy pre-built. Okay. That makes sense with the 16 gigs of RAM and the 512 gig M.2. Although with that build, it just doesn't make sense to put a 5900X with 16 gigs of RAM and a 512 gig hard drive, or a M.2 and a 3060. That is too much CPU for that build. Now, I'm going to look at the form here and see what you do with it. So you are doing gaming, streaming, content creation, and video editing. The 5900X is not bad for that. But you definitely need a lot more RAM than 16 gigs if you're doing video editing. Video editing it really calls for a high capacity of RAM. Playing Dune Awakening currently, and it's beautiful. I have not thought to play Dune Awakening. I don't know if I would, though. I don't know. I don't know if it's my vibe. Have you seen PowerSpec G911 at Micro Center? I have not. I generally don't look at those because I'm not a fan of some of the choices they make in their stuff. They're otherwise pretty good pre-builds. Some of the things they do, though, I'm not like too fond of. Like some of the part choices that they make. Is there something special about it, Zintech? Okay. But looking at this, let me see if I can go all the way back to your original chats. No. This goes back to when I was talking to a bellboy about everything. So, no. Been trying to play Call of Duty and Destiny 2 on PC, but I had to go back to PS5. Yeah, no, that 3060. Now, let me ask you this. Well, I can just look. You're playing at 1440p. 3060 is a 1080p card. It is designed for gaming at 1080p. So, 9950 X3D, 64 gigs, 5000, 5080, X870E Tomahawk, 2 terabyte NVMe. Nice. What's the price though? Spent hundreds of hours on Conan Exiles, so I had to give Dune a chance. So far, lots of fun to loot points of interest and build bases with friends. I heard that the multiplayer in that is really good, like really deep. Peter, what's up? Welcome back. $31.99 for that is bananas. That's crazy. Color doesn't have to be white. Well, if that's what you say, though, that's what I'm going to go for. So you're looking at the Tustin Micro Center for your upgrade. Now, what is the actual budget for the upgrade? Like the number, like a solid number, not a range. Out of 1,000 to 1,500, is it like 1,250, 1,400? What's the actual number? $1,500. All right. Okay. Gaming, streaming, content creation, video editing. So we got a lot of work to do here. And it is absolutely more Micro Center. Okay, we're doing a lot of Micro Center tonight, but that's how it's been. You do want to be able to upgrade your CPU down the line. Never mind, my financial advisor at wife said $2,500. JMO, I'm gonna have you do something here, all right? I want you to turn to your wife and sincerely give the most sincere high five of your life. Okay? Can you do that for me? That's really cool. If it comes down to a new system. Okay. That's awesome. That's really cool. That is very cool. Because you know what you can do with this, right? You can keep this system. Now, it is more complicated to set up a dual PC setup for streaming, but you can make it a dedicated streaming system and then have just a PC for video editing and gaming. That's pretty useful. But yeah, the system I have now I got for $1,500. That makes sense. I mean, you would have gotten it a while back though. $1,500 though with the 3060. That's pretty rough. But I will say though, if you have been editing on that 5900X, that's going to be better than if you had a bigger GPU and fewer CPU and then a smaller CPU, fewer cores. August of 2023. Okay, got you. Okay. I want to do something good with this. And I don't know if the best thing to do is going to be, as was demonstrated by Zintech, perhaps we should look at what. Now, you like to build them yourself, right? Oh no, you bought that one from Best Buy. But you're looking at an upgrade, which I imagine you were going to be doing the upgrade yourself. But in this case, what I would normally do here is build a PC from scratch here. But looking at what Zintech was saying about some of their systems that they have there, the power spec systems. Oh, from an i3 laptop. Well, that is an upgrade from that. Let's take a look at what they have really quick. We're just going to duplicate this. And we're going to see some of their pre-built systems. Just want to see that. Why do they have dark mode for the builder and nothing else? They might have it somewhere, I guess, if I like sign in. I don't know. Computers. Let's go to all desktops. We're just going to peek at this. Don't worry. We're just looking at this. We can also try looking and seeing what is available to do for the $1,500 upgrade. But the thing is this. you're on a platform that is end of life. At least it's supposed to be. AMD keeps releasing lower end CPUs for AM4. That's cool. That is cool of them. But when it comes to higher core counts, you're not going to get it there. Higher than 12, you can only go to the 5950X, and the increase in performance is going to be not amazing. So it's good. It's a great CPU. Don't get me wrong. They both are. But a new motherboard and CPU would probably be the way to go here to get you onto the newer socket AM5. That's going to have options for upgrades for a few more generations. FlowSage, what's up? I am currently helping someone who's in line for help, but you can ask a question if you want. If it's just going to be like, hey, is this a good CPU and GPU combo? You're going to need to give me more information, like what you're going to use it for, stuff like that. But go ahead and shoot. I'm just going to look at what if they have any insanely good deals for just the replacement PC. Let's go with lowest out of that price range. Just want to see what's there. Intel 7900X, not X3D necessarily. Or, I mean, yeah, maybe. We'll see. But I've done some pretty cool builds tonight with Micro Center, and I would like to do the same for you if it comes down to it. 5070 Ti. You're gaming at 1440p. That would be more than enough for that. I was supposed to be doing an unboxing of this, but I might not be unboxing this. I might be unboxing a different PC. They've sent me two. I need to get back with them and verify what I'm supposed to be unboxing and what I'm just sending back. 9900X, 5070 Ti, $24.99. 64 gigs DDR5, 6000, 2 terabyte SSD. Okay, let me ask you this. Oh, it's zoomed in? My bad. Thank you. That was from the high five thing. I don't feel bad about that. Let's see. Gaming 1440p. Gaming, streaming, content creation, video editing. Okay, let me ask you this. JMO. What is the so you have three things: gaming, streaming, and content creation. If you were to put those in a list of importance, of priority, how would you put it? Is gaming number one, with streaming being second in importance, and third be video editing? How would you rate those? How would you line those up? But thank you, Tam. I appreciate that. I have a 4070 Super. Okay. Or a 360 or 480 hertz. Oh, well, I mean, you're probably not maxing out a 270 hertz 1440p monitor with a 4070 Super. So I would say probably go for a GPU upgrade. That's probably going to be the best upgrade for your experience. Gaming, content creation, then streaming. Okay. So gaming is going to, at 1440p, is going to push us towards a focusing on the GPU. However, editing video pushes us towards a CPU with more cores and more RAM. So those are opposing things. You feel me? So let's think about this. What software are you going to be using for video editing? Are we talking about Adobe Premiere Pro, DaVinci Resolve? Where are you at on that? Since that's your second priority. DaVinci Resolve. Okay. DaVinci Resolve. Look at that. Man, the 5070 Ti is a monster. It's a freaking beast. Look at this. It is literally out of a 5-digit number, like 50 points away from the 4090, okay? And like 200 points away from the 5080. What a beast. Oh, man. If you get too caught up in just the numbers, oh, but wait, there's 2 graphics cards above that. Yeah. How far above that? This card, the 5080, is usually like $500 or $600 more than the 5070 Ti. What a joke. And they both have 16 gigs of VRAM. Yeah. So this is why I look at this. This is why I obsess over this stuff. Because there is a lot to learn from these charts. I'll tell you. Also, I'll say this. I previously had a 5070 Ti in this system. It's currently running a 5070. It's plenty for what I'm using it for. I'm not playing any crazy games right now on it because I'm running it on a 4K monitor. And the 5070, not really great at 4K with its 12 gigs of VRAM. But when I had the 5070 Ti in there, I could play any game at 4K. Any game. And it never broke a sweat. It is a monster of a GPU. I love that thing. So let's do this. I think that you're going to get a much bigger benefit from moving to a new system because we can configure it for your use case from scratch. If we're just trying to do upgrades, yeah, you could probably take that extra from like not having to get a new this or a new that. It's just every element of your current system needs upgrading. If you're editing video, like you need more than 512 gigs of storage on your primary boot drive. You just do. That hard drive with the 3 terabytes, that is slow storage. That's for stuff that you almost never use. Like that's cold storage, okay? And you can move that over, no problem. But I'm talking about starting at 2 terabytes for your storage, right? You're on a platform now that is end of life, so you'd be on a new platform with a new motherboard and CPU. A new GPU is going to require a new power supply. So when you said that, I was like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, 5070 is fine for 1440p comfortably. That is absolutely, I agree with you 100% on that, Alucard. I think I went over that in the 5070 review. It just tripped over itself in 4K in some games, and I was like, I was hoping for multi-frame gen to do the thing, but it didn't do the thing. Now, with you gaming at 1440p, potentially 4K at some point, because this will be definitely with a 5070 Ti, 100% 4K capable, you don't need an X3D chip. You said you were trying to play... Going back, don't worry. Call of Duty and Destiny 2. Now, it's helpful because those are multiplayer competitive, you're competing with other players and all that. It can be helpful to have, I mean, you want to have as high a frame rate as possible. Once you go to 1440p and then maybe 4K down the line, you're not stressing your CPU as much in those games. Wasn't looking for a 3D chip. Good. We're on the same page then. So I would say I don't know if I want to do a bundle for yours. Main reason is they limit you usually to 32 gigs of RAM. Even for this $1,000 bundle right here, it is 32 gigs of RAM. The same RAM that's in every other AMD bundle. What a joke. How is this one $1,000? It's not even a 9950X 3D. This has to be a mistake. This has to be a mistake. There's no way. Yeah, this 9950X 3D one with the same amount of RAM and another X870E motherboard is $799. Holy crap. Now this one, a little bit better option, but here's another reason that I would stay away from a bundle, is we can't choose the motherboard. We can't be picky about the motherboard. The motherboard is a pretty important factor when streaming is on the table. You want to have good motherboard rear I/O. You want to have plenty of USB ports there for plugging in a Stream Deck pedals, your second Stream Deck that you got, your face cam or your capture card, your external capture card. Unless you put an internal capture card, you need I/O when streaming is on the table. Even if you're not going to use it for a couple years, it's a big old pain in the butt to swap out a motherboard. Trust me. If you're like, oh man, I don't have enough I/O for this, and I don't want to put. I already have 2 capture cards. I can't put another internal capture, whatever, internal USB card, whatever. It's just better to go that way. So we're going to try this from scratch without doing a bundle because it's just too limiting. If you're just doing gaming, we're good. Your motherboard is less of a critical thing when it comes to I/O. The RAM is usually fine at 32 gigs. So let's do this. Let's do it this way. Let's try to go for a 9950X. Because if we look at the numbers, check this out. I don't like to just say stuff if it doesn't seem like the most... You said you're not going X3D anyway, but let's take a look at this real quick. All right, we're going to look at DaVinci Resolve. Here, this is more CPU benchmarks here, okay? Where's DaVinci Resolve? Here we go. 9950X is right up there with the 285K and the 9950X 3D. And it's $100 cheaper, I think, than the 9950X 3D. Is it 100 or 200? I need to check. Let me see. 9950X 3D is $650. 9950X is $550. That's a tough one. That is a tough one because on the other hand, it's like it's just $100 for clearly superior gaming performance. But at what resolution? Usually at 1080p. That's where X3D comes into play. Alucard, you missed the part where they said that if we do a complete replacement, it is a $2,500 budget. Don't worry, I got it. I wasn't just gonna throw a $600 or $700 CPU in there if it's a $1,500 budget. But yeah. That was what the whole high five thing was earlier. Let's go 9950X 3D, 9950X rather, for now. And if there's just budget left over, then we'll... Now, the thing is, if you're going to have them build it for you, the same-day Pro Assembly is $250. So we got to take that out of the budget. Unless you're like, no, that's separate. I'll pay that separately. Let's include it in the budget. But this is because out of three things, your second priority, the second most important, is video editing. And this thing is killer in DaVinci Resolve. So, yeah. Now, the motherboard. There are motherboards with better I/O that are not going to be super expensive. And what color build are we doing? We're doing it in white. I know you said that wasn't super important, but I'll take that to heart anyway. Let's see what we got. We got the X870-A ROG Strix. We have the Aorus Elite Wi-Fi 7 Ice. I'm looking for motherboards that match the aesthetic. X870 Pro RS. What is this one like? We're not looking at an X3D chip, so ASRock should be fine here. My wife, financial advisor, loves your honesty. I like how you swapped what was in parentheses before. But yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing is like, I have no reason to not just be fully straightforward on it. You're going to be using this thing for years, right? Now, I would say that if you decide to go with a dual PC setup and use your current PC as a streaming only PC, that could be a solid option. And we don't have to worry about the motherboard I/O as much, by the way. Oh, but yeah, I've been doing this for years. And the best policy is honesty, like the old saying goes. So this isn't bad right here. That's pretty good, actually. It's just that a lot of these ports are slow USB 2.0, and that's a little unfortunate. So let's keep looking here. I don't mind if it's Frankenstein. Okay, color doesn't have to be white. I got you. I got you. If there's just a clearly better... Oh. Actually, there is a better option. Check this out. This thing is $189.99, this X670E. This is a motherboard I am currently using. It is on sale, $60 off. And check this out. This is why I use this for this streaming PC that I'm using right now. Look at that. Now, the downside, only one Type-C connector. It is 20 gigabit per second. There's only one Type-C connector on there. But a lot of devices you're going to get are going to be USB Type-A. Or if it's USB Type-C on the cable it comes with, it'll have an adapter. So this is really nice. These USB 2.0 ports That's what you use for your mouse, your keyboard, maybe your headset. They don't require high bandwidth like something like an external capture card, a high-quality webcam, an audio interface. Those require higher bandwidth, like these do. If it's blue, it's 5 gigabit per second, USB 3.0. If it's red, it's 10 gigabit per second. And that's going to be stuff like an external drive, or it's going to be, I mean, generally you want to use USB Type-C for that. But yeah, this is a great value in a motherboard. It is one of the best values that came out of that generation. Fantastic motherboard. Love this thing. Plus the aesthetic is nice because guess what? It works in a black build or a white build. So there you go. Love this thing. I don't use Type-C on PC. It's rare if I do. Got it. Well, you'll have front Type-C and you'll have the single back one, but there you go. B650 Aorus Elite Ice up top again. It's not much more common for Type-C to be a thing in terms of case and motherboard. Yeah, I mean, it's becoming more common. I mean, look at this. These are USB 4. These are 40 gigabit per second ports. That's really impressive, but yeah. Another thing, did you say that you don't need Wi-Fi? Cool. Okay. So this I was very open about the fact that this was my favorite motherboard of that generation. We'll check this one real quick. It is 239, looks like. And what's the I/O on this thing like? It's about the same, actually. It's just shuffled around. It's actually it's very similar. Yeah, it's just moved around a bit. One of these is 5 gigabit per second instead of 10. I do use DisplayPort though. Well, that's the graphics card. That's going to be the graphics card. You're not going to use a DisplayPort on the motherboard. You're not using this. You're only going to plug your monitors into your graphics card. That's where graphics happen. If right now you have your DisplayPort plugged into your motherboard on that PC, it's really no wonder you're having a bad gaming experience. I'll say that. Because that's supposed to go into the graphics card. The move to X870E forces USB 4. What's up, Orchaos? Forces USB 4. That's right. They did make that standard. So it might make some more awkward changes like fewer, faster other USB ports. Orchaos is, yeah, I have a B650E and it was a great balance too. Even 2 USB 3 connectors on the motherboard for the front, aside from USB-C. Okay. JMO, not the best time to lurk, I'll be honest. Unless you're checking your motherboard connection, your monitor connection. The Will, what's up? Haven't seen you in a bit. How you doing? Love your knowledge. Thank you. I love that comment. Asus ProArt Series X570. What's going on? All have very good amount of USB ports that are very high speed. And my thing, John Paul Bacon, when you look at something like this, it has fewer USB ports than this. And this is a much cheaper motherboard. Now, are they all super high speed? No, they don't have to be. Your mouse does not need 10 gigabits per second. And it's funny that I say that because I like the Carbon motherboard, MSI Carbon X870E, because that one has all USB 3.2 Gen 2 Type A ports, all the red ones, 10 gigabit per second. But it's just nice to have that, I guess. I'm doing great. How about yourself, bro? Doing good. Doing good. That was a fun time having to explain why you don't use a DisplayPort on the motherboard from a system to my boss and to the CEO of my company one day when the CEO's monitors were not working on his system. Yeah. Just looked at my connections. I feel like a noob. Oh, no. Oh, no. You weren't using your graphics card. You were using integrated graphics in the CPU. You are welcome. There you go. Tommy Snaps, what's up? Love my middle-of-the-road motherboard, then attached a USB extension under the desk. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, okay. I like USB extensions, and I attach them under the desk as well to bring them to the front. DisplayPort on a motherboard is for video from the VC to be passed to the USB 4 for video out. That's correct. In the ProArt, they do have that. And in the Intel side, it's for Thunderbolt 4, so that you can have a Thunderbolt connection where you can have video go over like a fiber optic to another controller, a controller on the other end, to a receiver on the other end that you can plug in USB and display port. It's really nice. Great minds think alike. How you doing, Bray? Doing good. Doing good. Just, you know, doing my thing where I yell at people about computers. It's great. Almost made the GPU connection mistake with my first gaming PC. Hey, a lot of us have been there. There's a reason. Like in my how to set up your new gaming PC video that has like 240K views or whatever, there are so many comments, JMO. So many where people are like, that's why it wasn't working. I had it plugged into the motherboard. Or that's why my game sucked. I had it plugged into the motherboard. You're in good company is what I'm saying. A lot of people do that. Only reason I was using the motherboard HDMI for display in the case, like my John's Bow D31 SC edition, White 70 Touch Infinite. One thing I like about this motherboard is that for internal screens, that's why you have this right here. It's really cool. You have an internal HDMI just for screens inside the PC. It's very cool. But anyways, we've lingered on this way too long, and I do apologize for that. I think one thing to remember, this is really nice aesthetically. It has similar I/O, but you do have less actual connectivity with this board because you have B650E versus X670E. The dual chipset in X670E. But ooh, that's a gorgeous one too. That's X87. That's also $200 more. Yikes. This one's $349. Let's take a quick look. The I/O I think is very similar, but fewer USB ports. So it's not that similar, I guess. I guess I just lied to y'all right now. Yeah, what you're losing out here is a couple of the USB 2.0 ports. You're getting dual USB 4, which is nice. Wi-Fi 7 on this one. That's cool, actually. Hold on. I just need a second. There's so many versions of these that I will read something about one and think it's that way for the other. So I just double check every time now. Integrated CPU, X16, PCIe Gen 5. And then you have one. Yo! This thing is awesome for a streaming system. You could put two very advanced capture cards in here if you wanted to, and not bifurcate your M.2B and M.2C. There are two M.2 slots connected to these same lanes as this X16 slot. That sucks. How many M.2 drives can fit in here anyway? So we have this one that is to the CPU, and then B and C are also to CPU. That's why. And then you have one chipset one. If you don't want your GPU to run at X8, you can only use two M.2 slots. Why would you do this? That is legit annoying. Max Dosage, what's up? So the point of what I'm saying is this has everything that I like in a motherboard for a streaming system, except for the fact that you can only use two M.2 drives in this. So here's what you do. You get a really fast M.2 drive for a 2 terabyte for your boot drive. And then later on, you can get yourself like a 4 or even, if they get cheaper, 8 terabyte M.2 drive. And then you shouldn't need more of them. I would say a 4 terabyte would be fine. And then after that, if you're editing, continuing to edit more video to where you need longer term storage, like higher volume storage, you get a NAS drive or something, some kind of external storage. So 6 terabytes total should be fine for a video editing PC because it's, at a certain point, Your work should be off of your PC anyway, and perhaps also backed up in the cloud. That kind of thing. If you get real serious about video editing, just saying that. Okay, I know I've been all over the place. I'm probably boring some of y'all to tears. I'm sorry. The motherboard is important. It is the backbone of your entire system. So I'm going to go with this one because it's in between the pricing on some of the lower end motherboards and higher end. And this is going to feature newer stuff, newer features, all that. It's just that M.2 situation is annoying. But for someone like me, I use every M.2 slot in a PC. You might not do that. Have a NAS driver ready? All right, done. There it is. If my use a hub, make sure it's powered. An unpowered hub might not work for too many certain USB devices. It's USB 2.0, so that's not too demanding. And it's not spec'd to put out that much power as well as you're trying to charge things off of it. Maybe a dumb question, but wouldn't you want to run 2 large M.2 instead of multiple smaller ones anyway? Yeah, there you go. Well, my brother has it anyway. Hey, that's, that's family. Family. By the way, Max Dosage, I already said hi, but I hope you're doing well. Just wanted to say that. Who is using their motherboard display out? Oh, it's just someone over in Twitch chat. It's fine. Like I said, I have hundreds of people commenting that on that one video about setting up your new PC. So far, okay. Like it's pretty high up there. We're looking at really high-end stuff for the things that are going to be critical for your other use cases other than gaming. But now let's go with 64 gigs of RAM. Memory capacity, 64 gigs. 2x32. Okay. Let's see. We cannot choose the color. What did you say about RGB? You said yes, but not too much. Fair enough. We're going to check the specs on this T-Create Expert. Oh, it's CL34. I'd like CL30 if possible. Well, let's go to cast latency. 30. Memory speed. There we go. That already sorted it all out. And there are no white kits of RAM here, unfortunately, or silver. But that's okay. That's okay. It's not the worst. It's such a small component in the big picture, size-wise. So, and we can go with one that's non-RGB. And that makes it $209 to get 64 gigs of very fast, low latency RAM. The T-Create, we're looking at the difference between CL30 and CL34. If it was like CL32, yeah, but it's a little bit more of a difference. There was 6400 CL34. Okay. Let me see that. Let me see the price on that. 6400 CL34. $219. Not much of a price hike there. Yeah, I would do that. Wait, what's the difference between these two kits? DDR5 6000 CL34. That's the difference. Okay. There we go. I got it. I'll get there eventually. Is there a simple way without going to BIOS to check my exact RAM specs? Tommy Snaps, download Hardware Info 64. It is free. And the very first splash screen that you see, the very first screen that you get, the overview is going to show you your RAM, what your RAM is running at. Now it's going to show you half the speed. That's why DDR, double data rate. So it'll say if you're running at DDR5 6000, it'll be say like something around 3000 megahertz. James Moore says, hey guys, I'm the DisplayPort guy. It's okay. They're not coming after you. You're good. Like I said, hundreds of people commented on that video. And if 100 people commented it, thousands of people out of that 240K that watched that video have done it. Thousands of them have done it. Video card. I already told you the 5070 Ti is the star of the show when it comes to DaVinci Resolve price to performance. Well, okay. So we're going to do the... What motherboard did we go with? Gigabyte? Well, they don't seem to have a Gigabyte 5070 Ti. Oh, they do, but not... That matches the aesthetic. That's okay, though. So we'll go with the black and silver MSI to get at least that silver element in there. That'll look good. Also, the price is one of the lower prices you can get on a 5070 Ti. It's funny. I feel like right now we're so locked in, Alucard, that I can say something and reliably look up and see that you were saying the same thing at the same time. We're locked in, man. M.2. Now, I actually need to be careful here because we want to leave that 250 for the same-day build fee, the assembly fee. 2 terabyte Inland Performance Plus. Excellent. Yeah, we're actually going to maybe need to change something. Perhaps the motherboard to a different one. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Oh, you're building it yourself. I must have missed that. My bad. That gives us another 2. We're good. We don't need to change anything then. Now, let me ask you this. When it comes to the case, do you want like a mesh front panel? Do you want the fish tank style where you have both the side glass and the front glass panel? Cooling, not really an issue. It's usually a difference of a couple degrees Celsius between them. So it should not be a problem either way. Let me just go here and choose the color into white. I know you said it's not important, but it helps us narrow it down. Oh, Alucard, they have the FLP01 Retro from Silverstone. I kind of want to. I kind of do. I don't have a relationship with Silverstone, though, and so I'd have to buy it, and it's like $165. That's not bad for what could be basically a sleeper case, but yeah. Love my Prism 3. The King 95 seems very similar. That would be something like this here, I think. I think it's the... Is it the Montec? It's probably a Montec case, but yeah. What's the best publication to look at AI image generation scores? I have no idea, Tenmei. I do not follow that. I do not follow that. But I will say the 5060 Ti 16 gig could very well beat out the 12 gig VRAM 5070. It could. That's actually a really interesting question. Mesh is fine. It'll be on a hanger under my desk. Oh, so we want it to actually be not too big then, too. Landcool 207. This case is sick. This is such a cool case. It is a really nice case in white. Like, I genuinely like it. It's very nice. Comes with the 2 front fans. There are 2 140mm fans, and then 2 120s included as well. Where are those? Are they in the bottom? They might be in the bottom. I don't know. Is that a medium case? Yes, it's not a big case. I only said white because I currently have a white case. JMO, it's supposed to be what do you want for it, but if you want a different color, let me know. If you want a black case, I can do that. Bottom 120mm fans. Got it. It's like hidden by the side thing there. That's right. Right, 207. Oops. Okay. I should throw that thing away. Bad habit. Bergie 5, I'm back. Did I miss much? How long were you gone? I don't know. But yeah, this is not a big case. This is not a huge case at all. It's also $89.99, which is a very solid deal for the build quality that you get. I'm not picky. All right, cool. Let's just go with that. Had an internet outage for an hour. Oh, man. I feel for you. That sucks. All right, power supply. Yeah, that's rough. Let me ask you this, JMO. Do you want me to overspec you on the power supply just in case a couple of years from now you upgrade your GPU and you don't that way you don't have to upgrade the power supply? How many ports are on the Focus V4? Let's find out. Doesn't have a very good review, but I'm pretty sure. I think I looked at this one. Read the review. Yeah, it has no text. I don't like that. If you're going to put 1 star, that's when you need to put text there. Let me see. Yeah, there's 4 PCIe CPU ports. This is better kitted out than the Corsair one. Yes, please. You got it. We'll throw 1,000 watts in there, which can technically handle up to a 5090 right now if you want. And this is... Wait, is it? Hold on. I don't see a 12V 2x6 on this. Hold on. ATX 3.1 compatible. Where's the 12V 2x6? Did I just miss it? There's no 12V 2x6 on here. Huh? 12 plus 4 pin. Where? What? Am I crazy? Chat, am I crazy? What's happening here? Where is it? Adapter for sure? Yeah, that sucks. That's why it says compatible, I guess. Here, let's just choose 1,000 watts. Oh, there's no other white ones here, but that's fine. It just means the cables are going to stick out a little bit, but that's fine. I know this one scores really well, but what's up, AJ? How's it going? Yeah. Could use extensions if you want to. Let's see. It says compatible too. Compatible. Yeah, I mean, that's normal, I guess. This says dual 12V 2x6. On a 1,000 watt power supply, that's a little ambitious. But I imagine this comes with a breakout cable for one of those 12V 2x6s to supply maybe a couple extra PCIe CPU connectors. I don't know. Will the case show the power supply, though? Tommy Snaps, the reason I look for a white one is because it'll usually come with white cables to match it. Yeah. Could be the wrong picture. The black version has a 12V 2x6 plug. I believe you, but I'm going to show it. Let's see. Indeed, it does. And it has it in the description on the other one. Yeah, 6 plus 2 pins, 1 12 plus 4 pin. Are they just dumb, maybe? I mean, it happens. Sometimes people are dumb. GX 1000, 1000 watts. Yeah, these are the same power. Oh, wait, Focus ATX 3. And this one says, hold on. This one says Focus, doesn't say ATX 3. Okay. This might be an older version. I get you. All right. It's cool. It's cool. All right. Here, we'll just go with this guy right here. It's well reviewed, high scoring on the list here. Look, this is just what I do. I'm sorry about that. I obsess over every component so you don't have to. I'm curious as to what they have here. I'd like to go with a pretty simple Lee and Lee one AIO, just because then the fans will match. But hold on, what's the budget left? Oh, we should. Well, no, it's going to go over if I do that. I don't want to do that. Okay, no need to do it. It doesn't have to be a Lee and Lee cooler. Let's go with the Hyperflow from Montech. $99. That'll look just fine. For all wondering, fair enough. A 64 gig memory kit could be as cheap, $210. Yeah, this one's $219. So, what case? Langcool 207. And radiator mounting, supported radiator size is 360 millimeter. Yeah, it'll look really good in there. Whenever you look under your desk, I guess. The only thing about having it on a hanger, JMO, most of your exhaust is going to be coming out of the top of this PC. So make sure that there's space above the hanger, that it doesn't have a plate that goes over it, that it just maybe has the arms or something like the steel like straps that go over it or whatever, or that it just, you have some space between the top of the PC and the desk, because most of your heat is escaping out of the top of this thing. We should probably add in a rear exhaust fan just to be thorough and make sure you have some free exhaust back there. Throw in a Lee & Lee case fan, just a standard one if they have it. Or we can get a Montec. No, I don't think they have the basic Montec fans, just the weird ones. But let's just do this real quick. I'm just checking. I'm just seeing what they got. If we go to fan color, white, just to narrow it down. I'm not looking for a high-end Lee & Lee fan, just a basic one, and they sometimes have those. This is not one of those sometimes. All right. Never mind. Fine. Yeah, they have AX and RX is going to look a little weird in there because there's nothing that matches it. But it's okay. The aesthetic, they don't care about the aesthetic. Yeah, they just have the standard models here. So all I got to do is just look for white fans. Something that's going to look similar and not be too proprietary. Arctic. Maybe they have the Arctic RGB ones or whatever. It doesn't even have to be RGB. It could just be a plain white fan. I just want an exhaust fan on here. That's all. Just for the rear. And that is going to be a 120 millimeter, correct? Rear exhaust is only 120, I believe. Okay. Fan bays, one rear, 120. There you go. We're almost done. We're in the home stretch. Select printers. Yes, that's what I need. There we go. Desk I'm using is Secret Lab Magnus Pro Desk and accessories, if that helps. I don't know what that looks like on the mount. That's a sick desk, though. And I know it has a super sturdy holder for the PC. But Thermalright, maybe? Perhaps. Did they have that brand? They have Arctic, but these are just going to be, yeah, the standard Arctic ones. No Thermalright, no. So we're going to go to, real quick, I'm just trying to find you a white rear exhaust fan, okay? A black one back there, it's just going to, it would drive me crazy knowing that that exists in a PC where we actually put in some really nice looking white parts for everything else. And we're looking for... whatever, doesn't matter. And we'll go from lowest price. It's Montec. I mean, why not? Why not? Let's just do it. AX120. There you go. Peter, what's up? White PC. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Alucard, you're up, buddy. It's amazing, brother. Understood. Just grateful for the help. No problem. I got excited for you. You know, that's it. It happens. It's a occupational hazard here. But there you go. That's the whole build. $24.47 and 91 cents. You have a top tier CPU for video editing and streaming, all that stuff. 16 cores, 32 threads. Let's go. A gorgeous Gigabyte X870E Aorus Pro Ice motherboard. This thing is packed with features, and it is really, really nice. 64 gigs of DDR5, 6400 with CL34, a 5070 Ti Ventus 3X. It's going to look great in there. 2 terabytes for your boot drive, 4 times what you currently have in your other system, and way faster, I guarantee it. Gorgeous Langcool 207 case. It's going to look awesome under your desk. And the A1000G 1,000 watt MSI power supply plus a Montech cooler. There you go. Cool, cool, cool. All right. That was fun. Okay, I'll do it. Hold on 1 second. There you go. I do apologize, JMO. You heard me talking about coupon codes before. I don't have anything like that with Micro Center. I don't have any affiliation with them. But you know, they might have some kind of 4th of July thing going on. I'm sure we would have seen it in here if that was the case. But here's what I need you to do with this build. I need you to save it to your Micro Center account or just add it to cart. I don't think any of these are in-store only, so you should be able to add the whole thing to cart. Computer froze on me. Ah, sorry to hear that. Did I miss anything? Nope, not really. Oh, yeah, actually, there was a poll. There was a poll request. It's already up. It's now July 4th. Oh, happy 4th of July, Peter. There you go. 07 GTX 10. Oh, GTX 10 series is at end of driver support. 1080 Ti is retirement party. This is amazing. Buying parts to look mid-August for updates, y'all. Okay. Well, mid-August, this part list might be completely different. Having a hard time with cart. Just have the Micro Center account and save the build. So you can go here. You go to save and save this build. It'll prompt you to log into your Micro Center account. Just save it that way. But I will say, I thought that you were getting this within, what was it? Within 1 month. But I get in August, actually. Early August is within a month, so I guess that counts. Sure. But if it's mid-August, I mean, either way, things might change. It does with Micro Center. Some of the stuff that we picked might be out of stock. Also, when you go there, look at potentially getting open box parts. You could save a good amount of money going that route. Damn, did all that. Now it's delayed. No, it's okay. It's okay. And it's almost within a month, so it's not too far off from what the selection is there. Okay, I have time for one more before when I'm supposed to end the stream. So buying a few parts between now and then. That's fair. That's fair. And JMO, one thing I didn't include was a license for Windows. Because there it's $120 at least to get Windows 11 Home. To get a retail license, you'll probably want to get it from get an OEM license for Windows from a seller like VIP CDK Deals, and you can look to some of my previous YouTube videos for links to that and a code that still works. So yeah, already have one. Okay, I don't know if that's transferable to the next PC though, unless you just you had an extra. All right, there you go. You're ready. Alucard, that's a hard one to go by because like motherboard pricing will stay about the same. Storage pricing is about the same. GPU pricing can swing one way or the other. Same thing with availability. Like a white GPU might pop up. And then JMO is going to be like, I don't care, but I remember Breathorn was like all about color matching everything. So, all right, cool. Now I can get this for like almost the same price and it looks better or whatever, you know. Brand new, sick, awesome. Yeah, Kaiser, stick around because I'm going to be doing yours next. But yeah, because it's a retail store, a lot of that stuff, I mean, it's the same thing with SIs. A lot of that stuff might not be in stock when you go to make your purchase. Just show the list to one of the experts over there. And be sure to name drop me and say, yeah, this bald dude on the internet was like, hey, this is a good system for $2,500 for what you're going to use it for, yada, yada. I don't know. You don't have to do that part. But they can help you find stuff that's equivalent to whatever is out of stock at that time. No problem. No problem. And I wish you the best with that. It should be a pretty rad system. Like, we min-maxed it for those 3 things you said you're going to use it for, so you got 0 to worry about with that thing. And JMO is over on YouTube chat now saying thank you to everybody. Yeah, that's really nice of you. I do appreciate you hanging out, and I hope that helps. I hope we were able to help you out tonight. But there we go. We're going to get that. We're going to mark it as green, as in good to go. Kaiser, thank you, Peter. I appreciate that. Storage pricing for NAND is going up because AI is consuming all the storage. AI is consuming everything. Of course it is. Berthan, what are your monitor specs? I have 3 of them. Which one are you asking about? My main one is a 27-inch 4K 165 hertz Asus monitor. I forget the monitor designation. It's not OLED. And I have the Pixio 1440p 185 hertz, I think, monitor for my secondary display right above that. And then I have a 55-inch LG TV as a larger display. I put chat on that thing whenever I'm doing an unboxing and walking around. My other setup has two monitors, and I need to move my Elgato teleprompter thing over here. It'd be really cool to have it right there on my main camera. I haven't done that yet. So that's basically like 3 monitors on that. One of them vertical, and the main monitor there is a 4K. It's a 4K 32-inch monitor. That's a Mobius monitor, and the other one's just a 1080p 27-inch monitor. Was it 1080p or 1440p? I don't even remember. I set that thing up so long ago. I need a lot of screens for streaming. I always do. It's really annoying. Yeah, I definitely recommend that if you're streaming, to have at least a vertical monitor for chat. I don't have a vertical monitor for chat right now in this setup, and I dearly miss it because you can't have that much chat history on screen at the same time, especially with me having both YouTube and Twitch chat separate next to each other. So it's just not a lot of vertical space. I might have to move that. It's just I also have my fill light up here. Got my big key light over here, but a fill light up there. So if I put that monitor vertical, it's going to be in the way of that light. I was a little tilted off course there. Love the one vertical monitor. Remove my 3rd monitor. Wasn't necessary for gaming and work. Yeah, have a good night, JMO, though. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so Kaiser Platypus. We're doing a pre-built for 1080p gaming only. Now, out of that $500 to $1,000 budget range, what is your actual maximum budget? Is it like $750, $900? Is it at the max $1,000 there? What is the actual solid number, not a range, that you can spend on your PC? Yeah, you gotta love vertical monitors. It is the best for things like chat or reading things, reading articles, things like that. DIY VRAM upgrades have also taken over due to outrageous NVIDIA pricing. Tame, did you see the thing about the super cards, though? 18 gig VRAM, 5070 Super. And so those 3 gig chips at work. Chat, emails, and Discord are what I tend to use mine for. Yeah, it's the best for that. Now I can find M1 Max Studios for like $800 now. It's so great on how cheap they. Yeah, no, yeah. Mac Studios, Mac Minis, they're all great. Around $800 preferably, but $900 is Mac. Okay, the Max is what I need to know, because that $100 from going from $800 to $900 can make a big difference. So you're looking for a pre-built at that price. That's pretty tough. We're going to see what we can find. Now, what kind of games are you planning to play at 1080p? Oh, I hope that JMO saved that build. I didn't get a confirmation from them that they saved it. Lip reading? What do you mean you're lip reading? What does that mean? Why are you lip reading? Is your volume off? What do you mean? Now I'm shy. Don't look at my lips. That's weird. Do you have any opinion on MacBook Pro M4 Pro versus M4 Max? I do not, Will. I do not. I do not have the expertise to have an opinion on, to have a solid opinion on that. Hearts of Iron 4 and Minecraft. Never played Hearts of Iron 4 or looked at what it requires. Oh, thanks a lot, guys. We have 50-50 between white and black. Thank you. Very cool poll. Man, I got like 30 people in Twitch chat and I get 4 votes on a poll. I'm gonna take that point redeem off. People never engage with polls. Okay. Most of my viewers do not engage with polls. There we go. That's okay. That's okay, AJ. I know, Peter. That's the thing. I don't want you to waste your precious channel points. Those are a rare resource. I need to make more channel point redeems. I do. That's on me. Yeah, I appreciate you hanging out whenever I do stream. Okay, so sort by price, low to high. We gotta wait for that to... What am I supposed to use it for? That's why I said just now, AJ, I gotta make more channel point redeems. I don't know. I on one hand, I'd like to throw in some like sound effect, sound grabs like from streams or things that I've said or whatever. That'd be kind of, every time I hear that in someone else's stream, it's hilarious. Or just things like that. But maybe we should do some gambas on if someone filled out a form correctly or something like that. That'd be fun. 210,000. Good Lord. AJ, come on. We just finished the poll. Alucard, you're all over that. Come on. You got this. I've work to do. I don't need to really adjust that. I'm going to adjust this up. Am I still on this screen? I'm sorry. I was just browsing. I don't like lurking. I feel if I'm going to be in a streamer's chat, I need to actually be in it, not just having it run in the background. I want to actually take my time and enjoy what the streamer takes their time to do. Peter, think of it this way, though. Have you ever just listened to a podcast? Some people treat a stream like a podcast, and that's totally fine. And then you just get some music and me yammering about computers. The thing to me is that every viewer, even if you're lurking, it helps what I do because it keeps average viewership up, meaning that I'm a little higher on the list when people are looking at science and technology streams. It can bring more people to get more helpful information. So lurking is valuable to me. Like it does help a lot. So I'm looking at this, and normally a partner request could be a voiceover for matchmaking session like the Dr. Love one we did long ago, right? You haven't bought enough Jane Hat Redemptions, Alucard. Yeah, I have that off, but full disclosure, I did find the Jane Hat, and it's on Peepo right now. So it's there. I just hadn't been... I had the redemption turned off. I vote in polls during live streams on YouTube. I don't run them on... That's a redeem on Twitch. I have a stream mute on YouTube, and since it is delayed, I'm just trying to remember what you were saying. Okay. Tammy's here for the awesome music, not the PC discussion. Yeah, we don't have a thing for that right now. Okay, back to business, though. So I'm looking at these. Now, normally, I would say you use, code SWARM, SWARM, to get a discount here. But for 4th of July, at this budget, once you get up to like $2,500 or so, or $2,000 on a PC, my code's going to give you more than $100 off on the PC, like about $2,500. At under $1,000, they have a code right now, Freedom, that gives you $100 off. Meaning, Kaiser, that you can look at a $1,000 PC and get it for $900, and then shipping is free. So I would actually encourage you in this case, even though there's no like, oh yeah, thanks for supporting the channel kind of thing. I would still encourage you to use code Freedom because that's going to get you up to a $1,000 PC without going over budget. Now, wait, is this? Yeah, okay. So you could be looking at something like, that's 13th gen Intel, 5000 series Ryzen. Now then we're getting over. There's one here that has, so here's the thing. Let me look here. I'm going to look and see what you said here. You're not interested in upgrading your CPU over time, right? Sorry, I was on the wrong screen. But you're not interested in upgrading. Yeah. I found a $900 pre-built with a 5060 on. No, we don't use Newegg, Peter. No. Newegg is fine if you need a part now and then. If you can't find it anywhere else, I wouldn't trust them with a whole system. There's no way. Even if they've been on their best behavior for a couple of years after they got pinned to the wall by Gamers Nexus, they still have some similar leadership going on over there. And as soon as you turn your back on them, they're going to go right back to their old habits. No, we don't. I am just personally a little uncomfortable promoting Newegg. I don't blame anyone else that does work with them. Maybe things are a lot better, but I haven't heard anything about that personally. I don't know. 13400F and a 9060 XT 8 gig. This one does not say, this says 16 gig, but that's a black PC, not a white one. Let me ask you this, Kaiser, are you set on getting a white PC? This might be the best deal for you. And it's not a white PC, it is a black PC. PC discussion is just cherry on top. All right, cool. So this is a Ryzen 7 5700 B550 motherboard, 32 gigs DDR4 3200, and a 9060 XT 16 gig card. 16 gigs, 1 terabyte rather, NVMe drive, 650 watt power supply. This is probably the best deal, and it's going to come in at $899 with their code FREEDOM. Yeah, Tam, I did hear that they got the signatures. And the funny thing is, it's all this drama with Pirate Software that got them over the finish line. I'm sure Thor loves that. What an L take that was. Yeah, the thing is, this 9060 XT is pretty strong. I mean, it's the 16 gig one is the one to get. And I mean, it's pretty rad. I would, you know what? Be kind of cool on some of these panels that don't have ventilation. Get yourself some white wrapping vinyl to do a white wrap on it. There you go. There's your white PC. Aside from that, though, the specs on this are really good. Now, the only reason I'm looking at this is because you said you're not interested in upgrading your CPU down the line. That's good because you're limited on what options you have for CPUs to put in here. If you can get your hands on maybe that new 5500X 3D, it's fewer cores, but that's going to be better for 1080p gaming probably when that comes out. Or 5700X 3D could be an upgrade down the line, but you don't really have future upgrades that you can do. Gen 4 drives? No, yeah, not the 5700, I don't think, no. Oh, good, you're still in line. I had to AFK to make some epic turkey spaghetti sauce. Well, I'm glad that you're pursuing your passion there. It's good. That whole turkey spaghetti sauce thing. That sounds epic. You're right. I'm not a big spaghetti guy, honestly. I prefer fettuccine Alfredo myself. But yeah, no, this is a really fantastic deal. I'm not going to lie. Anything above that, like if you want to get a 5060, that's going to be... Oh, there's these systems with a 5060 in it. Like you can get this one instead. If you'd rather get a 5060, the thing is that's 8 gigs VRAM. How did the 9060 XT how did it shake out between a 5060 and 9060 XT? Let me take a look. Why did it just add stuff in? That is not what I wanted to search for. I wish user benchmarks was good. I really wish it was good. It's not. See, everyone's comparing the 9060 XT 16 gig to the 5060 Ti 16 gig. But we're going to take a look at what PC Centric has to say about this. PC Centric is a cool dude. I've gotten to meet him a few times, and now it's at the point where he's like, and I'm just like, that's always nice. Okay.
I'm back again with another head-to-head video. We've got the RTX 5060 Ti 16 gig, RTX 5060, and the newly released RX 9060 XT in the 16GB variant. All games have been tested at 1440p with quality upscaling, and we've used the same test bench we use for all of our testing. And if you're interested, these are the exact GPUs we use for testing. There's no OC models here. These are just the budget, cheapest versions you can get of each GPU. Up first, we have Marvel Rivals, and this game is immensely popular at the moment. This is a pretty difficult game to run. You can't run this with the ultra settings on just every GPU. One thing that we always recommend turning off is global illumination and the lumen reflections, because they're just very demanding, and for a game like this, you just don't really need that kind of fidelity. When it comes to performance though, Marvel Rivals is very much an Nvidia biased title, with the RX 9060 XT losing to the RTX 5060, though the average FPS is very similar, with the RTX 5060 sneaking ahead by just 7 FPS. The RTX 5060 Ti has quite a big lead in this title, 142 average FPS compared to 120 from AMD. Spoiler alert, the 5060 Ti is generally a little bit faster than the RX 9060 XT, but the RX 9060 XT is substantially cheaper, according to MSRPs anyway. Of course, if you do want to get higher frame rates, you don't need to be playing at ultra settings. You can turn those settings down a little bit to get a little bit more performance. So if you're curious, stay tuned to see what these three cards can do after a quick word from this video sponsor.
If you're looking to create...
Okay, let's jump straight back. Ti takes the lead, but not...
I'm just going to skip through this and pause it here. Pause it when we have numbers on the screen and just take that snapshot. So it looks like it's matching up with a 5060 8 gig in Horizon Forbidden West, 76 FPS. This is at 1440p, mind you, not 1080p, 1440p. Counter-Strike 2 should be pretty high. We're looking at about 200 FPS here, 240 for the 5060, and 261 for the 5060 Ti 16 gig. Let's see, 144, 146. So about matching in Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales. And of course, about, you know, an increase in on the 5060 Ti. Monster Hunter Wilds. Uh-oh. Apparently, not enough VRAM in the 5060 8 gig. Oops. It did not. Yeah, using a large amount of graphics memory, serious glitches may occur. So 8 gigs in 1440p, not quite enough. Let's see here in 1440p. So 145 versus 165 and 193. So essentially, the 5060 can be faster, but the higher VRAM on the 9060 XT 16 gig can come in clutch, is what I'm saying. Let me see. 75, 76. Matching up in Returnal. with ray tracing, which is interesting. It's matching the 5060 just about. Looking at Hogwarts Legacy with ray tracing, matching up again. This is at 1440p, so it's under 60 FPS, but same thing on the 5060 Ti 16 gig. You're playing at 1080p, as you stated in your form. So these numbers aren't exactly what you'd be looking at, but we're getting a snapshot of performance comparisons here. 83 FPS versus 68 in Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart with ray tracing. That's a big improve. Holy crap, that's way higher. Okay. And then Cyberpunk 2077. Well, okay. Interestingly enough, whereas NVIDIA is usually favored in Cyberpunk, you're looking at a higher score, 54 FPS versus 49 in this one moment anyway, on the 9060 XT. My friend just bought a 5050. He has average and lows on the bottom. 9060 is closer to the 5060 Ti. Yes, he does. Yeah. I was just I'm trying to go through this quickly, so I appreciate you having your eyes on that. Wow. 1% lows and so average FPS and lows. Okay, I get it. All right. I was looking up here. 58, 45, 70, 60, 58, 40, 51, 33. Yeah, the average 1% lows. Well, that's matching up right there. 139. Whoa, that's way higher. Holy crap. So check this out. This is actually pretty important here. Let's move this off of here so that can go away, please. And now I'm blocking that. That's really stupid. Okay, we're just going to play it on silent here. So, like, even if these numbers are higher, the average is higher, pay attention, as AJ was saying, to the average 1% lows. If you look here, can that little bar go away now, please? Thank you. The average 1% lows on the 5060 are way lower than on the 9060 XT. And 1% lows can have a very big effect on how smooth your gameplay feels, all the little hitching and all little things like that. Whereas, as AJ said, the 9060 XT is much closer to the 5060 Ti 16 gig, a much more expensive GPU. And if we move back here, let's see if that continues through. Oh, it just didn't finish it. That's right. DNF'd. Let's see. 112, 120 on the 9060 XT and 5060 Ti, and 106 average 1% lows on the 5060. Then going over here, Counter-Strike 2. It's the opposite, actually. If Counter-Strike 2 is a big, important game to you, maybe a 5060 is a better choice, but average 1% lows are higher here. But on most of these games, I'm seeing that it's actually much better on the 9060 XT on those average 1% lows. So, yeah. And in Marvel Rivals, it's almost the same, but it is still higher on the 9060 XT. There we go. If there's not going to be any upgrades, wouldn't the 16 gigs be better in the long run? Yeah. But that question, though, is not about GPU, Bergie. It's about CPU upgrades, not GPU. Okay. I'm going to go with the RX 9060 XT. Okay. Hold on one second. I'll say this. Here we go. Let's see. Here is the link to the system. And you would use code FREEDOM, which again is not my code, so it wouldn't have anything to do with me. But use that link right there. They'll at least know that I sent you. And that's not the same thing, but it's totally fine. That's just for them, seeing that. But there you go. 5700G, but the iGPU failed. Hey, if it works, it works. Fine. I mean, is it the same in every other way other than the iGPU not working? Lagary is listing out specs. I don't know about buying a RX 580 or 590 in 2025. Or 4790, an Intel Core i7 4790 in 2025. I mean, at this point, some of those parts are going to be really hard to find, or if you do find them, hard to replace if there's a problem with them. It's probably time to do a platform upgrade, Legary. You've gotten your money's worth out of that 4460 and RX 480, I would say. But it's not easy. People just do that. I know. But I would say make that a goal. PCIe Gen 3, is it? On the 5700? I thought you were saying it wasn't that. Or someone said it wasn't that. That was a 5500 that was Gen 3. It is Gen 3. Oops. Where's the PCIe info on this? Am I missing this? Am I missing something? Where's the interface info? PCIe 5.0 X16. Okay, so it's X16. The reason I'm looking at that is that I don't think a 9060 XT is going to have any problem running at PCIe Gen 3 X16. If it was X8 or even X4, I'd be like, no, this won't work. But I think PCIe Gen 3 running like that should be okay if it's running 16 full lanes. I think that should be fine. Or Chaos, AJ, what do y'all think? Right. Oh, yeah. No Gen 4 NVMe. Well, yeah. That Gen 4 is going to work, but it's going to run at Gen 3 speed, which they can do. They're backwards compatible. Should be GM just did a 5090 test on older PCIe gens. It's really helpful that in the PCIe standard that they just double the speed every generation. I think that might be changing. I'm not sure. But so far, it's just been doubling the speed every time. So you can do things like, oh, that's equivalent to 8 lanes of PCIe Gen 4 or 4 lanes of PCIe Gen 5, all that. Currently have $60 for either CPU or GPU. You're looking at pretty, I mean, that's pretty rough for trying to do any kind of serious upgrade for your system that's not an additive upgrade, Legary, like adding storage or something. Like fully swapping out a part, especially if they're harder to find parts. But I understand that. I mean, that's, your reality is what it is. But I mean, honestly, that's rough. That's rough. I get that. But I don't know. 60 even uses GL, more like a display adapter, old GPU. What? Anyway, thank you a lot for your time with the recommendation. Kaiser, no problem. Enjoy that. Don't forget that code freedom on there. But okay. I am circling the drain over here. This is just so cool to just be able to like click a mouse button and do stuff. That I gotta say, I'm willing to put up with IQ and all that nonsense just for that. It's very, very cool. It's very, very cool. Shut up, me. All right. Okay. People might be able to get a used 1660 for $60 if they found the right eBay listing. At least the 16 series isn't on the chopping block of NVIDIA drivers yet. Well, they're next, though. They are next, though. It'll be a couple years, probably, or a year. All right, Kaiser. Have a good one. Let us know how that turns out. It's a pretty good deal. Heck, get out the rattle can. Spray the thing white if you need to. Just make sure you take the panels off the PC before you spray paint them. Okay. Let's... What's he doing? Okay. Friend of mine that has not been streaming as frequently is now streaming, so we're going to raid. They're playing Baldur's Gate 3, one of the greatest games of all time. Let's go do that. All right. Guys, do me a favor. I want to say something nice to Shy Flosion. If you got to go, that's fine. But just say one nice thing. Hi, whatever. Raid, you know, and whatever. But yeah, we're beyond where I would normally end the stream, so that's going to be it for tonight. But yeah, we'll be back on Sunday for a gaming stream just on Twitch, and on Tuesday we'll be back with more PC matchmaking. Actually, no, I'm not sure if it's going to be Tuesday or Thursday, but we're doing an unboxing stream, unboxing and shakedown of a pre-built PC. And this one's not something with ASUS parts in it, although it does have those. It is an ASUS pre-built. We got to see what they're doing. Got to see how they're doing it. So I hope that that y'all will join me for that when that happens. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and drop a raid for my buddy Shy Flosion. Let's go do that. People who are on YouTube who want to join, click the Twitch link in the description. You have like a minute, well, something like that. And we're going to be raiding my friend, so please say something nice. Even if you got to leave, it's totally fine. Or lurk if you want to. If you're lurking for me, you can lurk for him. Make him happy. But that's going to be it for tonight, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you very much. And until the next one, take care.
Let's go, nerds!